was this interesting stage where Negreanu started off playing what I thought was really full of leaks, and then he definitely got better in some areas. He was running really bad. I remember they checked his all NEV and like he was running quite a bit below. But then he started doing again, even like some more wonky things that I'm not sure have helped him a ton. I guess we'll see where it goes, but he's definitely improved a little bit faster than I thought he would, but the result is kind of where I thought it would be at this point so far. So I think most people, the betting lines, etc., all thought Doug would crush. So it's going to be interesting in the second half of the challenge if that continues or DNEG pulls it back.
For sure. Right off the bat, we got a couple pots ballooning here. 3-bet pot on the left with DNEGs checking on the flop after 3-betting, then calling a small bet from Doug on the right. I didn't catch the action. I'll run it back on my other screen so I could recap it for you guys. Yeah, so it's just a check raise on the flop from Negreanu, check, check, turn. Now we have Negreanu 1.5x potting the river-ish. Could have a hand like 2-pair here, potentially. I did hear that apparently the sound was out for when I did that intro a moment ago, so I'll do it again real quick in a moment. Apologies for that. Let's see what happens in these two big pots. Check, check on the river on the left. Daniel's going to win that pot after 3-betting the queen 7. Check calling once on the flop. Nice hand for Daniel there. And he's going to win the pot on the right as well. Nice little 10K lead for Negreanu after the first two hands.
Is that a thing? Like 3-betting queen 7 off does not seem very good.
Yeah, what I've often found from this is like if you're doing things at certain hands at like low frequencies, it can make sense to just like have a bunch of them because it does like have some decent properties. Like, I mean, it does block. It's like a queen and a 7, so it kind of blocks up a bunch of the calling range. And like, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't 3-bet it, but I think like a solver might like mix it in there a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess there are some similar. The last time I was looking at ranges, there are some similar hands like that, but I didn't think Queen 7 was one of them. But it has been a little while. It's interesting though.
We thank you all for joining us here today on this typical Wednesday, watching some 200, 400 action between these two guys. I think it cut out for the intro, so just to recap, Doug started today up about 750K, a little under 750K to start the day. Played about 13,000 hands for those who weren't here on the last session. You may not know that Negreanu did opt to not take the quit clause at the 12,500 hand mark. They will be playing 25,000 hands, the full 25,000 hands in the challenge.
It's one of those interesting decisions where I feel like both sides rejoiced. People who had bet on Doug, I think, wanted it to go the distance, and well, I guess people who bet on Doug per hand, not overall. I guess they wanted to. Right. But I think both Negreanu bettors and Doug bettors were fairly happy with that decision.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think everyone's kind of enjoying this, and I also don't think, you know, I'm sure I'm wrong in some instances, but by and large, like most people who have money on this match, it's not like a life-changing amount by any means. Like, so even if they do have a pretty penny on it, so I think everyone's just enjoying the show and enjoying being able to check in on this. I know it's with the cards down action, it can be tough to, you know, follow along every single session. That's very understandable for most people, but you know, just being able to check in every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at this certain time, and these guys are battling. It's great. It's kind of like does it remind you at all of kind of like the old days of like, you know, 2009, 2008? I mean, it's not quite to that level of like sweating the big games on Full Tilt and Stars and all that.
Yeah, that was the thing, is there's just always something happening then, whether it was the huge games happening on Full Tilt or like there were just these random things that would pop off, like Skilled Socks would be 8-tabling Elky or Isildur at 5K as up sit and goes, or like there's just always something happening where there's this crazy action and you kind of got insight, got to watch it. So having any ounce of that back is pretty great.
For sure. It's definitely not quite those games that are hard not to reminisce about on Full Tilt, but
it's interesting because the stakes are reasonably similar. but I I think action was maybe just a little bit faster and looser back then.
Oh, for sure, for sure. There wasn't generally so much drama between players that battled back then, though, so that's kind of fun to have that always, clouding this match, like always
For
in the
sure.
back of our mind. What's between these guys, even if it's kind of cooled off during the match.
All right, I think I've hit my limit of wearing this Baby Yoda hoodie. I thought I could do it, but it's way too hot when actually talking. So I'm bailing already. 1 second.
Well, at least you guys got to see it, right?
I forgot how much heat I generate when I'm waving my hands and talking about stuff.
Yeah, the hefty beard can't help with the heat. The heat too.
It's
You
true.
got some good insulation working.
Long overdue.
2-pair versus 2-pair on the left there.
Wow.
Nice size pot for Negreanu, I believe. Doug overbet the river there. Yeah, Doug overbet for about 6K into 4K on the river. I'll double check the action up to that point. Just a delay c-bet from Doug. So flop went check on that queen jack 3. Both players with a pair. The turn 10 giving them both 2-pair. Doug puts in the delay c-bet at that point. Daniel just calls with his 2-pair. Of course, Doug has ace king in his range, so it's very reasonable for Negreanu not to fast play 2-pair there. And then Doug goes for the overbet for value on the river, only to run into that better hand. Probably well played by both players.
Negreanu's 3-bet on the left here. Doug 4-bets. No fold.
Gets it through.
What is the stream delay?
7 seconds approximately. It's actually pretty handy for like if you missed an action, and you could like look up and be like, oh, there it is. He check raised or whatever it is. So that's helpful. Yep. Oliver, welcome back to the stream. Shout out to you. Yes, I am feeling good about the BTC today. It's hard not to feel good these days about it.
That's for sure.
C-bet and call on the left. Negreanu has the pre-flop raiser. 4 straight now as the turn checks through. Expect Doug to do a decent amount of betting here. He's going to have a lot of 2 pairs and straights and some bluffs that want to represent those 2 pairs and straights.
I feel like it's going to take me a minute. Again, I've missed the last couple kind of pre-holidays, so I'm a little bit behind on kind of how they've adjusted, if they've changed anything in their games at all. So I'm going to be observing and start chiming in as I start to notice stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds good. What was I just going to say? Oh, Negreanu, I think the main thing that's been different, if you just, compare the first session, say the first online session or one of the first online sessions to now and the last few sessions, is just Negreanu has been making less mistakes, fewer mistakes rather. Shout out to Stannis Baratheon. But yeah, he's been playing a fair bit better. I mean, there were some hands early on that even to sort of the untrained eye, and it's always tricky with heads up because sometimes something looks bad, but it actually turns out to be pretty decent. But there was still a fair bit of plays, particularly I think in some of the small and middling sized pots where Negreanu was making some like what seemed to be pretty obvious mistakes, and those have just really dried up. Like he's not making so many of those anymore, at least not ones we're like seeing shown down. And then beyond that, he's added more bet sizes. He's definitely changed his game overall, and you have to imagine he's added EV or taken EV from Doug if you prefer.
Which bet size has he added?
He started at first he was just doing like min. He would do like 5th pot and which was min in a single raise pot if he was c-betting, and he was doing 3/4 basically, and he very rarely overbet. And since he's mixed in more overbets, he's got a 40% size he uses. He's used pot more, so just overall more sizes. Like potentially he's just studied more parts of the game tree and knows the closer to the proper sizes, or just straight up the proper sizes on different board textures. Just speculation on my part, but
yeah, I wonder how we went about learning that. in terms of like, has he just been relearning completely new, more complex trees over and over again? It's an interesting process.
Yeah, for sure. I think if I were to approach it, and I would probably start, considering he had to like basically get started like a month after accepting the challenge, so you don't have like that much time to develop a very in-depth heads up game. I would probably try to come up with a sort of heuristic based decent strategy at first, so I could at least not I could get like a large grouping of like spots like somewhat right, then start drilling down. Like I think that might be how I'd approach it. It's possible he's doing something similar where, early on he sort of approach the game in a more general way, like like I said, just using two bet sizes, kind of simplifying the game in a way, and then now he's just made it more complicated to add more EV.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, if you go from 2 sizes to 3 sizes to 5 sizes, a lot of times, a lot of hands will get reshuffled in ways that aren't necessarily intuitive with the need to balance
Sure.
them. So, I guess the way that I would do it, if I was like in Daniel's corner, would be you solve, maybe your 5 bet strategy that they're working on with now, and then you just essentially bucket them to the one or I guess 2 buckets early on that they're doing. So you're losing some edge by not having such robust game tree. But then as you start to partition it, the ones that were there before are still going to stay there. It's kind of less to need to learn, and less, again, like really drilling down and knowing the the two originally, and then having them change completely, or a hand to be in a completely different bucket, then would be probably a little bit tough to learn, especially if he's just going through learning them for the first time. So yeah, it's I'm interested. I'm sure we'll learn more about his corner and kind of what they did win or lose at the end of all of this. So
Yeah, I think so too. Though he has said that he wants to play like a lot more of these, as we see Doug check raise on the right here. Negreanu does call, straight completer on the turn. Yeah, Negreanu said he wants to play more matches after this, not even necessarily against Doug, just he wants to play more matches against other people. So, maybe he has to do a little bit more protecting, but I have to imagine Negreanu, he isn't exactly, he's forthcoming with what he's thinking and working on and all that stuff. So
yeah,
I think there's a good chance he would share in some capacity.
yeah,
Quick
and
pot
it's a,
size bet from Daniel on the right gets the pot.
like Doug has said outright that he is not, he's good. He's a great Hold'em player. Like, he's here for the grudge match, but he has some time off, right? Like, there was some rust, there's all this stuff. And so I'm wondering if Daniel is going to find somebody else similar. I mean, Doug is clearly now is with all this practice is back to being very good. Maybe not like top, but is. I'm wondering if Daniel is planning, kind of like the Galfond-esque route of just, hey, anybody in the world, come get me, and what that looks like for him down the road.
For sure, yeah. There's a big difference between playing. I mean, it's so hard to say like where Doug stacks up compared to like current heads up players. So I'm not even going to try to speculate on that. But it would be interesting to see if Negreanu seeks out more of a type like Doug, who maybe hasn't played heads up or even on like high stakes online cash games in several years. As we see Doug a 3-bet on the left and drag a small pot on the right, or if he's going to choose someone that's more of a player who's in the streets every day playing like big stakes on stars or whatever, take like a Linus Love or something like that, because I think it's pretty clear in that situation Negreanu would really be going into the what's even the word I want to use. It would be a tough time for him, more than likely.
For sure. I mean, he would have to have a lot of confidence in his methodology now for how he's learning and improving, and yeah.
For sure, but maybe if you value different things than money, or you put value on different things than money, that can still make sense to do, honestly, on experience and things like that.
He's a poker player. He probably values money pretty highly.
Yeah, for sure. But there's a chance there's part of his calculus is like, oh well, I want to play this really good player for a few thousand.
Of course,
learn from
and
them, whatever.
maybe GG is subsidizing part of it. They want publicity. There's an ambassador there. Like, it's good for them to be doing that thing. So if he can get it to where he's not just getting crushed, then it becomes potentially very, very good for him. Even if the match is kind of neutral EV for him.
For sure. Doug getting the nice value bet in on the river. Betting 1.5x the pot with his rivered flush. So just to recap that action, Negreanu opened on the button, Doug called. Then it went check on the king, queen, 2 hearts flop. Turn 9, Doug goes for the turn bet into Negreanu, who calls, and the river gives Doug that flush. Also is an ace, so that's generally going to be good for Negreanu, who is checking, or I should say, it's going to connect well with Negreanu, who's going to check back a lot of aces and hands that make 2-pair on that ace. So Doug does put an overbet into that range, and Negreanu pays him off. 15K pot there.
Took flats, ace 10 king out of position here versus c-bet.
Dream Cycles asks, as we see Doug go for that small block size on the right, why did D-Negs agree to round 2 for 25K hands, getting smashed with no hope? I think if I had to guess, well, first of all, the headline is he thinks it's a more competitive match than it may appear, or he just thinks it's a competitive match. You could, it's more than likely he's basing a lot of that on the fact that he's running below all-in EV. I think he's like $300,000 below all-in EV. So if you were to factor that in, all of a sudden Doug's only up 11 buy-ins. So then it is a little bit more competitive if you factor that in. But then the question mark is who's running better in the card distribution. But why even get into all that? At the end of the day, Negreanu just thinks it's a competitive match, and he's down to keep playing. He loves it.
Yeah, and it's somebody brought up mentioning this on Twitter the other day. Like, everything that's happened already is a sunk cost. He's getting laid a good price, and a lot of his bets to continue to go. He got crushed pretty hard early on, but now it's starting to taper off to where who knows what it is. It could be 3BB 100 for Doug. It could be 10BB 100. He could, hypothetically, he could be losing as well. But at the very least, where Daniel was getting kind of bloodbathed early on, it seemed like there's a lot less of that now. And so it's less about, where he is exactly and more on where he thinks the current trajectory is and kind of where his gradient is on that win rate curve and how that stacks up against the existing action and future action and all of that. So it's not as simple as just like he's going to likely lose the bets he's already put in. It's what is the value of playing the remaining of these hands? And I think that's a lot different. I think there's a lot of worlds where it makes sense for him to continue to play if he thinks he's kind of reduced that edge significantly.
For sure, I agree. On the right, a moment ago, we missed a nice little 21K pot that went Negreanu's way, where the flop was queen 8-6. Negreanu check called. The turn was an 8, which gave Negreanu trips with his jack 8, paired the middle card. He went out for a small lead for about a tenth of the pot. Got called. River's a 6, double pairing the board, and Negreanu overbet with his full house and got paid off.
Did we see what Doug called with there?
We did not.
We didn't. All right. All right. And I might have missed. I only saw the first one. Has Doug done any more whole card up streams?
No, and I knew the answer to this, but some people were asking me to ask him that if he would do another one in the Monday interview, and he was like, "I can't do it again." Like, the amount of EV he gave up was just.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He just can't do it.
he was not good at keeping cards blocked, so
exactly.
people got to see a lot.
And that's like just the cards he showed that's a lot of EV, and then additionally the distractions. Like, I think he was very it's a lot to have the chat. Like, I mean, we're just here watching cards, and it's still somewhat tough to keep up with the chat sometimes, and to sort of deal with them in a way. But he was trying to play 200 400 while doing it, so that's just like insane. Yep. And there was another session where he was playing Bill Perkins on the side at the same time, same stakes basically. So
yeah, I remember. Somebody asked me what books I have back there. They're like my overflow from my other bookshelf, but it's let's see, Science and the Soul, Infinite Powers, book about calculus, Agony and Ecstasy, Mind at Play, The Man Who Solved the Market, Intelligent Investor, How to Solve It, Scott Adams' book, Hard Thing About Hard Things. There's a bunch of random stuff, The Art of Problem Solving, Algorithms to Live By, and then a couple fantasy books, Einstein biography. random. I read a lot of fantasy and yeah, stuff, mathy stuff.
Robert Moria says no reason to not be live considering they aren't showing hole cards. I don't know what the hell that even means.
He's talking about our stream. I think he thinks it's a bigger delay. That's why I was asking earlier, but it's only 7 seconds. It's pretty
which is
as live as it gets.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even, we don't have a delay set. It just is
the
delayed.
internet.
Like, yeah. It has to go through all those tubes that the internet is made of. Takes time to travel through those tubes, guys. You know how when you Google something sometimes or go to a website and it like spins for a sec? Same thing.
Yes, Edward Thorpe is absolutely the man.
Couple delayed c-bets from Negreanu here. On the left, it got the Roo. On the right, Doug called. So we've got 4K in the middle now. Three bet from Doug gets through on the left.
Have they been playing less? Like, do you think the number of 4-bet plus pots that go to the flop has increased or decreased from early on? It seemed like early on we were seeing a reasonable amount of them.
Decreased, for sure.
Feels like that.
And of course it could just be variance, but it's certainly decreased in the last handful of sessions. I feel like we were seeing a ton of pots early on where there was just like 21K in the middle going into the flop. Good stuff. Pair of fives versus a pair of queens on the right. Daniel taking that one down with 1 bet going in post flop. Just the flop bet. C-bet on the left. Check raise from Doug versus the C-bet, rather. And Negreanu calls, get the straight completer on the turn. Doug goes for the check.
Calls
Negreanu
and
goes.
pot, yeah.
Yeah, Negreanu now goes for the pot.
Yeah, I feel like that's either a very easy decision for Doug, in which case it's just a snap fold, or you know, or he's not tanking to, like, his hand should just be pretty polarized here after he check raises and then gets in the pot. I guess he can have some.
Oh, and now he goes for that 22K overbet, betting about 1.5x the pot here. Does get through. Negreanu's going to drag that 14K pot. All right, chat. A lot of you funneling in. A lot more than we had at the start, as usual. Thank you for being here. Spending your run-of-the-mill Wednesday afternoon with us. Sweating some 200, 400 action. Let's get some predictions from the chat in here today. If you think Doug's down about 3/4 of a buy-in at the moment or so. Who do you think's going to win today? Drop a 1 in the chat if it's going to be Doug. Drop a 2 in the chat if it's going to be Daniel. Who's taking this session home today, guys and gals? I feel like I'm going to fall asleep if I keep sitting. I got to stand.
My desk is a standing desk, but I cannot remember the last time I made it stand, and I have too many wires that I'm worried everything's going to fall down if I do it now, or else I'd join you in solidarity.
I appreciate the thought, at least. But yeah, I think every time people find out I have a standing desk, they tell me their experience with standing desks, and very often it's, oh, I have one and don't use it.
Yeah.
So I think that's typical UX.
I might try it here, man. Well, I'm going to see if things start falling down. We're still alive.
Still alive.
I don't know what the height should be, but let's see how that works.
Yeah, Jimmy, if you could adjust Brian, make sure Brian's like in the center of the thing after standing, please.
All right, we'll try it. It's been a long, long time.
3-bet pot on the left. Negreanu 3-betting, Doug calling, Jack 5-5. It's going to be a bit better for D-Negs. Just those kind of paired disconnected flops are going to be better for the guy who 3-bet. But Doug will have a little bit more of those 5s in his range. He'll call with hands like, 8-5 suited, 5-4 suited. He might not call 8-5 suited, but 7-5 suited, which Negreanu won't 3-bet every time, but Doug will call them every time. That we do know Doug likes to 4-bet ace-5 off, so that's probably not in his range. Very specific, but perhaps relevant. Shout out to Ed Mansfield in the chat. Giving a lot of love in the YouTube chat. Appreciate it. Though you didn't have to say it 7 times. Check down in this 3-bet pot.
Doug Rivers are nuts. Or
not straight.
Anyways, yeah.
Effective nuts in that situation, though. I guess 10-7, kind of in Daniel's range, but such a small piece of it. All right. High stakes poker. Let's get excited here. Let's get some hands.
There's been no, we saw some huge sessions. The biggest was like 160-ish, right?
The biggest win?
Yeah.
No, I think there was a 300K win.
There was a 300K win? All right.
Yeah, let me just run through. I'm just going to run through this real quick while we have a lull in the action. 3K pot on the right, single raise pot on the left. So I'm just going to run through from day one the size of wins. So there's been 23 days. So it's just going to take a second, but here we go. And keep in mind, guys, if you want to kind of check this out for yourself and get kind of quick recaps on all the challenges and also links to watch each session, you can go to that link that is just above Brian on your screen where it says match rules and tracking. The link is upswingpoker.com/HU for grudge. So anyway, first session, 116K Negreanu, then 218K for Doug, 166 Doug, 87 Negreanu, 206 Negreanu, 96 Doug, 222 Negreanu. Any pots? Nope. 24 Daniel, 205 Doug, 120 Doug, 117 Doug, 332 Doug. So that was the big one where he ran up like a 400K stack at one point. I think he held onto that stack too. Daniel plus 17K on the next one. That's day 13. Next one, Daniel plus 13K. Next one, Daniel plus 46K. Then Doug kind of fired back after those 3 small Daniel wins with 160K win. Then the last few sessions have been Doug plus 100, Doug plus 175, Daniel plus 143, Daniel plus 120, Doug plus 114, Daniel plus 35, and then the session on Monday, session number 23, was Daniel plus 27K. So that's as quick of a recap as you could get of the last 23 days of action between these two guys. Yeah, so they've stayed. Even some of the recent sessions have been pretty big. We're still in for some good stuff. Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. I think Negreanu, I haven't told this up. If someone in chat wants to and drop the answer, that'd be great. I think if I had to guess, just looking at it, Negreanu has had more wins. I would bet Negreanu's like maybe 12-11 or 13-10 in terms of session wins, but then Doug has just like won way bigger. Like several of Negreanu's wins have just been like 20K, 13K, whatever. Which is very small, does not help much. David Levine says, I just get the feeling it's either going to be a small D-Negs win or a big Doug one. Well, that's a good result for Doug. Yep, kind of the story of the challenge after hearing those numbers, so. Yeah, pretty much. Wow, Doug with a nice value bet on the left with the 6. I mean, very strong hand on that board, but still. Always nice to drag a nearly 10K pot with such a hand. Bit of a lull in the action again. So chat, for those of you who weren't here a few sessions ago, we kind of started trying a new thing where we ask your opinion on maybe a strategy situation or something like that. Like, what do you think of Doug's play here or whatever? But along with your answer, you have to put your confidence that you're correct, or your confidence in your answer out of 10 at the end of your answer. So, maybe Doug makes a bluff and I ask you how good the bluff was and you say good bluff, but you're not sure, so you put like a 6 or something, right? So not sure, 6 would be your answer. So we're gonna give some of those a shot today. So make sure to, when you answer some of these questions, drop your prediction or your confidence level rather.
So is it, assuming you're making the prediction is like 1 is, maybe you're like 51% on like a 1 doesn't mean you think it's the wrong answer. It means you just have minimal confidence in your answer, but it's the best answer you can pick.
Right. Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. And if you're just like positive, like you've like looked this spot up in a solver or whatever it is, or for example, I could say like, what are you supposed to do with like 7-2 off versus a 3x raise in if Doug raised to 3x on the button and Negreanu has 7-2 off on the big blind? What are you supposed to do? I think most people could say fold 10. They know that's
sure.
That's very obvious. So
my point was that a 6 is actually like reasonably confident.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
true. I notice fun trends with this game, so that's why I kind of like doing it. On the left here, we have Doug c-betting on the flop, checking back the turn.
Someone says it's 12-11 for Daniel in terms of sessions.
12 and 11?
Yeah.
That was my total guess. Nice. Thank you, Mojo Miller, for totaling that up for us. Doug drags that.
The rivered state and the min bet on the right on the monotone board.
Yeah, that was interesting from Doug. So he c-bet the flop on queen 3-2 with jack 5 and then turned to 4. So he turns an open ender and he still has 2 overcards to middle pair. And he did double. No, he checked back the turn. Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. He picks up that equity and then chooses to check back. I guess, the thinking, I mean, I'm sure it's a mix if I had to guess, but the logic for checking back such a hand is it's not so great to get check raised when you have that, because you're kind of going to have to fold, and that's quite a bit of equity that you're throwing away in the muck. So maybe he'd be more likely to barrel a hand like jack 6, because then it still has a straight draw, still has equity, but it doesn't really mind getting check raised because it could just fold.
Less equity to get away from. People are throwing out the X out of 10 memes. Mike, you're an amazing commentator. 3 out of 10.
Like you said, that's actually not so bad.
Yeah, you're right.
That
is his the best answer that he can come up with.
Exactly.
I'm actually not that close to the ceiling. It just looks that way. Like there's a decent amount more. I can't see what it looks like on the Twitch stream, so I'm gonna wait. Yeah, it's reasonable. I'm not that close.
It's funny to have to hold that for 7 seconds just to.
Yeah. No, I was like waiting to see it in the Twitch stream.
Muna Tam asks, "What happened? Doug is 800k down? No, I don't know where you're seeing that. He's almost 800k up. Doug's up about 750k going into today. Though he's lost a little bit of that back so far in this session. Been a very, relative to other sessions, a very uneventful first 36 minutes of today. So far, neither player has gotten above 60k for more than a few hands. Negreanu was briefly above 60k, which is just 150 big blinds. By this time on Monday, I think we'd already played like 4 80k pots.
Yeah, no stacks at all.
Tends to be how it is though in Heads Up. You just have these sort of runs of, low action situations, just kind of how it goes. You pick up the hands that are supposed to check back the flop or aren't supposed to take the aggressive lines, and all of a sudden the pots don't get so big.
T-Negs with a pot on the left and a 3-bet on the right.
Pot size bet gets through for Daniel. My dog's crying at something. Let me move the thing.
Lazily Happy, there is rake, but it's being reimbursed to the players. So you'll see it taken out of pots. They're factoring it back into their calculations, and WSOP is refunding them.
Check on the right in that 3-bet pot. Ace on the turn. Checks through as well. Brick River. See if D-Negs decides to put in that double delay C-bet, as one might call it. And now on the left, Negreanu putting in a river bet. I believe he bet the turn. Yes, he bet small on the turn after Doug checked back. Doug's going to win that showdown on the right. Neither player opting to put in any chips there. And Daniel getting paid off on the left with that river 9. Though the 7 might have been good anyway.
Yeah, I'll be right back. If I'm gonna be standing, I'm gonna go grab some slippers or something real quick. Give me 1 minute.
Sounds good. Three bet from Daniel on the right. Another call. Jack 7-6 rainbow. Somewhat coordinated, but still a board that Negreanu is going to be able to bet a decent amount of the time. He does bet for 5,500, about 2/3 of the pot. Just Make It on YouTube asks, so Mike, as Doug calls on the right, and we get that 3 on the turn, does complete 4-5, which is certainly in both players' ranges, but otherwise a brick. Just Make It asks, so Mike, do you think we're going to see a live play where we can see their cards again? There is a chance. There is a chance of that happening. I'll talk more about it once this pot on the right has developed. He goes for 13K into 19K here. Quick call from Doug, relatively quick. 3 on the river. That counterfeits all the 2 pairs. Now they lose to the aces, kings, queens. Though it's not incredibly relevant because Doug's not going to be calling too many 3-bets with Jack 7, Jack 6, maybe just the suited varieties. Quick shove from Daniel, quick call, and they both got a very strong top pair. It's going to be a chop. Well played hand from both players there. Likely a mixed frequency 3-bet from Daniel in the big blind with King Jack off. Probably not a hand you should be 3-betting every time, and I don't think he has 3-betted every time. I'm pretty certain I've seen him flat those types of hands on occasion. Nonetheless, you get that Jack high flop with it. That's kind of, especially when you get that beautiful run out, you are going to be happy going for 3 streets. And of course, Doug, it's going to be one of his stronger hands there, King Jack, so he's not going anywhere. Pour one out for that. Hate to see a chop pot when it gets to 80K. So anyway, answering that question about the live hands, they were initially planning to play 200 hands of live. For those who didn't see, they played 200 hands of live at the beginning, the first 200 hands of the challenge. Those are available on PokerGo's YouTube if you want to check that out. But they were going to play another 200 hands of live if they were within 500K at the 12,300 hand mark. But they were not within 500K. And truth be told, given the state of the pandemic in Nevada, they might have called that off anyway in favor of something later in the challenge. So that leads me to say that I do expect a live session to happen at the end. I would say if I had to put a likelihood on it, 2/3 likely, like 66% chance that there's going to be a live session at the end. Some certain factors that could prevent it from happening, but I think Daniel wants to do it, and Doug also wants to give Daniel the live hands, essentially, like kind of, I hate to say throw him a bone. Throw him a bone is the best phrase I can think of, but something like that. Like basically, let's play some live hands since that's more your arena.
So one thing I didn't follow, at all was a drama around the WSOP main event and this person getting COVID. Can you or anybody in the chat fill me in terms of what happened there?
Yeah, so yeah, for those who didn't hear, as we see Daniel go for this really small lead on the left, check calls the c-bet and then goes for the tiny lead on the board pair, which does make some sense for sure. So basically, I would probably say, as far as I know, the reggiest player at the US final table of the World Series Poker Online, which they played the first 95% of the tournament online, and then just the final table was live, for those who don't know. And if you test positive for COVID before that final table, you're disqualified and you get ninth place money. And that happened to what might have been the best player at the table, though he was 8th or 7th in chips, so he wasn't in a commanding position or anything. But nonetheless, he had to forfeit and take ninth place money. And then on top of that, the Europe or the international WSOP online winner, can't remember his name at the moment, but he was coming to the US to play the heads up versus the winner of the American one. That was the plan, to have the winners of each one play each other. And he wasn't allowed in because he was in Europe within 15 days. But the final table he played was in Europe 13 days before. So just like bizarre planning from WSOP there. I did hear they thought they had like an exemption or something, but it turns out that was just like nothing. But I don't know anything specific about that. At first, I just thought it was horrible planning. A little bit more acceptable when you find out they thought they had it figured out. But nonetheless, really brutal. And that guy was not happy. Hopefully he didn't travel all the way to the US before finding out. Hopefully he found out before leaving.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's well, classic WSOP, I guess. Hopefully we get back to a real WSOP next year.
God, I hope so. On the left there, Doug got paid off with a pot-sized river bet with King 10.
King 10, yeah.
Yeah, we saw Daniel do that small turn lead that I mentioned for 400. Doug just called, and then he rivered a king for then giving him top 2. And Negreanu check called the pot-sized bet. Nice 15K pot for Doug there. 12K pot, rather.
To the right, it's a DNEG's 3-bet with like 25-ish percent.
Exactly. Definitely a board that makes sense to go for a small bet size. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't. I guess I'm going back to sitting then. That light, I can see it being pretty insane. So down we go. I don't remember the number though, so hopefully it's. God, this feels so low now. Maybe this. Just put on the sombrero. That's what I should have done. Was I thinking?
Yeah, that would have worked. 8K river bet from Negreanu here.
Yep. Check, check, turn.
Ooh,
Aces will do, yeah. I wonder what Doug called with there.
Yeah, it's a good question. You would think, not an ace. It's hard to have the last ace, but maybe he did. I mean, he does call the flop with all ace highs, so
yeah, sure,
definitely possible.
Who has more Bitcoin between Brian and Doug? I think both of us have 0. I think there was this crazy boating accident, and we've just never recovered from it. Key's gone, man.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, live WSOP next year would be nice. I hope they were going to do that 25K heads up event this year, which would have been awesome. That would have been the biggest one they've done. That'd be great to see next year. I'd love to go out and play that.
For sure. That'd be sick. Be about time for you to win that bracelet.
I know.
Mick drunk. He says he lost the keys on the same boat. Condolences, man. Tough stuff.
It's crazy waters, dude. It's just it's not easy boating out there.
3-bet from Doug on the left. Gets through. On the right, we have a C-bet from Doug. Call from Daniel on the flop. Got 3.3K in the middle now.
Three bet from Daniel on the left as well.
And we got an overbet from Doug here. Very dynamic board. 2 flush draws, a lot of straight draws, so it does make sense to see a very large bet. Does get through.
Doug 4-bet over there. I missed it. I saw the fold at the end, so I assume he did.
It happened so fast. I think he did. Yeah. 4-bet on the left and it got through. Yeah. Negreanu is sitting out for a moment. Old man stretching, perhaps. 2x pot bet from Doug on the left. Gets called. Doug's bluffing with the jack high. Negreanu looking him up with just ace high. Nice call from Negreanu there.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, guys. With Negreanu sitting out, I think it's time to ask you a question. This one doesn't really apply to that confidence thing we were talking about earlier, but pretty simple one. What are your sort of poker-related goals for 2021, if you have any? Do you plan on, playing more, trying to play a certain amount of hands, trying to win a certain amount of money, which I actually don't recommend? What kind of goals you got for this year regarding poker, if any? I know some of you may be more concerned with other things. Very reasonable. Becoming billionaire?
Like it. Nice goal. Definitely.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Literally said focusing on money is the worst thing you can do when setting goals. All of you have money focus in the beginning. Not go broke 10 of 10. That's solid.
All right, Daniel is back. Tipsy Vin Diesel on Twitter or on YouTube. Not to play at all. I'm terrible. If you're terrible, that's actually pretty good. Good idea. Shout out to Gareth Jamieson on YouTube. Good evening to you too, sir. C-bet from Doug on the left. Check back on the right. Doug does go for the bet on the right.
Opened our Twitter comments mentions for a minute and just immediately closed them afterwards. I'll stick to the Twitch chat.
Yeah, seems good. I got to see what you were talking about.
I believe I'm being either hit on or sexually harassed in the chat right now. Who do I speak to at HR about this?
That's a commonly thinly walked line in the chat. Oh man, Twitter. God. Such a place. Such a place. Yeah, we'll do no Twitter today. That seems good. For no reason. No particular reason. Small C-bet from Doug on the left gets called. Bit of a smaller size from Doug on the left. With that kind of very dry King 2-2 board. Also very favorable for him. 8-Bit South says, my 2021 poker goal is to spend more time in the Upswing Poker Lab where you can improve your game at a great price.
Hashtag not a shill.
Literally not. Well, I mean, depends on your definition of a shill, but he's not a paid shill. That's for sure.
Yeah. He said hashtag not a shill after it as well. So.
Pot size bet from Doug on the left with 5 high. Gets looked up by Daniel's ace high.
T-Negs killing these ace high call downs.
Yeah, a couple good ones for him today. Doug hovering right around that starting stack on both tables. Never what you want in a heads up match. To be right around that auto top up 100 big blind mark. But it is early, and luckily he's looking across the table at a couple not so big stacks from Negreanu. So not such a huge
pot
fold.
brewing on the right, and weirdly sized 3-bet by Daniel on the left. Just tossed an extra couple chips in there for fun.
Yeah, it seemed that way, didn't it? Yeah, so on the right, it was a C bet from Daniel on the flop for about 2/3, and then a pot size bet on the turn. Doug's gonna go for the bet on the flop on the left after Daniel surrendered the initiative on the flop.
I like that bet a lot.
The small size.
Yeah, the small size on the ace high board after he checks back here in the 3-bet pot.
Negreanu's pot size bet got through on the right. Sorry to interrupt.
No. It's just a tough spot for him to navigate. Every time I'm in that spot, it's just annoying, right? You when you decide to opt there, if you have anything but just flop nuts, or it's just an annoying spot.
Yeah, very much so. Or one of those, aces that you decided to check.
Yeah, I mean, then it's a lot easier. Maybe third barrel it gets tougher, but when you don't have that, it's you just kind of sigh knowing they can bet a huge part of their range there for 25% and make you throw it away.
Couple small pots brewing here. Daniel going for an overbet on the right on this 7-7-7 king board. Full house up there. Doug's going to have to call for a chop, most likely. He does not. He folds. And Daniel dragging that one on the left. Frankie B, NYC. Does Brian still play the 1K HUS and Gs? I'll let him answer that.
No, man, I'm long time retired. Too many kids, too many Bitcoin. It's just I don't have it in me anymore. Don't have the heart. No, I stopped playing 2016-ish. Took a year to travel with my kid. Went around the world. I had been streaming spins a little bit before that while I was still playing heads up. And I just kind of never got back into it after that. I came back, started business, and I have just been floating ever since. So I'm just here as a token. Used to be a poker player versus actually a good poker player. But like I said, I'll still go. I'll go punt in the WSOP 25K heads up event because I've been trying to win that thing for too many years and had too many deep runs to not give it a shot.
For sure. When you get the glory added in there, you can take some maybe marginal EV decisions.
Yeah, 100%. That was half of playing tournaments in general.
Check on the left on the turn. See if Doug decides to put in a river bet. After Daniel surrenders the betting lead on the turn, he does. Goes for that small block sizing, about a third of the pot. Gets called. Doug's got a flush and trips. Would you look at that? Has the board super crushed, still finds a way to get called. Small bet probably helped.
T-Negs check raise.
Doug does call the check raise on the right. We've got a $6,700 pot. See if Daniel decides to follow up with a barrel on the turn. He doesn't, and Doug checks back as well. Backdoor flush gets there on the river, as opposed to the other kind of flush.
I was just gonna say it. Yeah, the other kind got there on the left. So
Daniel jacks the one on the left quietly. Daniel checks the river after check raising the flop.
yeah, check raise and then 2 checks here on this board.
Could be waving the white flag, could have some sort of marginal showdown, but quick fold, so more than likely the former. Waving that flag. What is the difference between what is the difference between check raise and re-raise? Check raise is when you are out of position and you check and the opponent bets and then you raise. So that's a check raise. Re-raise is any third raise or second raise pre-flop. So I can raise pre-flop and you can re-raise, or I can bet the flop, you can raise and I can re-raise. Re-raise is more of a generic term, whereas check raise is kind of getting into like a strategic term more so, I would say.
It's true.
Re-raise is something like a dealer would say, whereas the dealer would never say check raise if someone check raised. It's
and
just the way we refer to it.
I guess it has to be third bet forward, right? Like if they bet and you raise, then you just raise. It's not a re-raise yet.
Right. And as we're talking about this, we have a 38K pot on the left. Welcome to 200-400 action. We're telling you what a re-raise is, and also there's a 38K pot. Daniel's all in for 31K. Doug with a quick fold is actually an all in for 23K effective there. Doug's stack.
Yeah, can you replay that hand?
Yeah, so I believe it was a 3-bet pot. Doug, yep, 3-bet pot. Daniel c-bet small on the flop. Turn check, or turn not check. Turn Daniel bets again. So it's just Daniel tripling off in a 3-bet pot. The board was queen 10-8.
Queen 10-8 with 2 diamonds, yeah.
Yep, 4-4, right? 4-4 was the running.
Yeah, everything bricked after. Okay.
Yeah. So the entirety of Negreanu's value range is happy to shove the river there on that brick run out.
For sure.
You'd expect him to do it a lot. I think I said thank you for explaining what the re-raise versus check raise is. You're very welcome. Hopefully that cleared up some things for other people too, because I actually do hear that a lot, where people say check raise for just like a raise in position, or re-raise for just the first raise or whatever.
Yeah.
Not a re-raise. So, for some people that actually might have helped clean up their poker vocabulary a little bit.
Someone's asking if Izzy is still around, and yes, yeah, he's still about. Not as prominently positioned as he was before, but he's definitely still around the poker world.
Definitely. You see him pop up from time to time and running deep in like some scoop or W coop or something like that. It's kind of the only time you see him publicly, generally, and knowing it's him. I'm sure he's on other sites with different screen names that you don't know who he is, as most people are these days.
So the tally says 50K. That's the the rumor, anyways. I know it's not an exact science, but it's not as bad as it could be. Given I feel like Doug has not really won anything significant so far.
Yeah, I think the biggest pot he won was maybe like 15K in that vicinity.
Yeah,
Negreanu dragged a few bigger ones. In general, that's been the story of the challenge, though of course we're kind of talking more about mid-sized pots when we talk about 20 and 15K pots. But when it comes to the big pots, we were talking about this on the interview with Doug at the end of play on Monday, which, by the way, guys, he will be joining us, as he always does, at the end of today's session, whenever play ends. He was we were talking about how he has won very, very few of the big pots. Like, I would say of the top 7 biggest pots, which have ranged from 180k is the biggest, and maybe 130k would be like the 7th biggest in that realm. Doug has won one of them. So that's
pretty
so it
insane.
goes. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to run up. I mean, you could say maybe he's run up a huge number, but it's tough to run up super, super huge numbers when you're not winning those pots. Pretty key. When you have 3 buy-ins or 2.5 buy-ins going across the table in one pot, like that just makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I wonder how much that affects the EV that's been so widely discussed. Next 3-bet. And again, it's very interesting to me that he has a 4,000 size 3-bet and a 4120. I think Doug's openings are the same in both cases.
Yeah, and their stacks are roughly the same too.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's a little deeper on the right. Oh, we have a 3-bet, or a raise from Doug on the flop on the left, raising Daniel's c-bet in a 3-bet pot here. Interesting to see. Kind of curious what types of hands he'd want to raise here with. Like perhaps a hand like pocket 10s, pocket 9s wants to raise because they benefit quite a bit from protection, and you probably got to get stacked with 9s in a 3-bet pot if the board comes 8 high anyway. Maybe some draws maybe some like gutters or backdoor straight draw flush draws, like a 10-9 of hearts or something like that doesn't really mind folding if Negreanu like puts in more action. Tough to say for sure though. The value range is likely those weaker over pairs though. And we also have seen Doug flat with queens for sure, and I think a little bit with jacks and 10s a couple times, so he's mixing in flats with those hands, so of course those hands would make sense to raise as well on the flop.
I remember early on we saw D-Negs like just open flatting queens and a couple other hands, right? Where he didn't even 3-bet them.
Ace, king, and queens. Yeah, that was so that's much different, obviously.
Like that has not continued, right?
Yeah, that has not continued. So the spots where Doug was flatting those hands, it's a low frequency flat. That does make a lot of sense where you open the button and the big blind 3-bets and you have pocket queens or pocket 10s. Those hands should mainly 4-bet just to generate value because they want to play a big pot. But solvers and high stakes players do like to flat them at a small frequency just so you have those strong hands in your calling 3-bet range, and you get to raise them on the flop and you get to stack a bunch of hands that maybe flop top pair. So a lot of good things can happen, so you call with them sometimes. But the spot where Negreanu was doing some weird stuff was he would actually flat just versus a single raise with those strong hands, which that's something that you should literally never do. Like if the button raises and you're in the big blind heads up with pocket queens or ace king, you're 3-betting every time. And I'm not sure what was going through Negreanu's head early in those sessions. He hasn't done it again that we've seen, and I would imagine he's not going to do that again. Maybe he was getting tricky in some way, maybe trying to mess with Doug. But whatever it is, whatever you think he's doing it for, if it's for some deceptive related reason, at the end of the day, it cost him like 6 blinds in value. That's straight up, like 6 times $400 cost him $2,400 in value. No matter how the hand works out, that's just math. So yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it's kind of like the play I would expect if Mattisau decided to play heads up, and you just you get a trap sometimes, like just somebody who doesn't really know how to play heads up yet, deciding to flat those kind of to get tricky. So obviously he's improved a ton since then, but I remember those standing out a ton early on, and he obviously cleaned those up very quickly.
Yeah, you would think. You would think so. Like as from studying, and I'm sure you've coached a lot of people. When you're, for example, coaching someone, or if you're studying a new game, those first few sessions of studying or working with a student or whatever, those are by far the most valuable sessions. Those are when you add the most EV to your game because you're plugging just massive leaks. Like take for example, you have a guy who maybe like is playing too loose pre-flop, playing some hands like queen 5 suited from early position or something. You say, hey dude, stop doing that, and all of a sudden his EV rockets up. So those sort of like that was an extreme example, but those big mistakes get ironed out of your game first. So the first sessions of studying are the most valuable, generally speaking, and you kind of have diminishing returns on studying from there, which is actually, I think, what makes it tough for a lot of poker players to study and like have the patience for studying, because you end up studying so many spots that are like really at the margins and not so consequential, or they at least don't feel so consequential, but those spots add up if you study a lot of them. So it's definitely a mistake to commit that error.
Yeah, it's just the way the game is these days too. You get by without studying way back in the day, but it's like any hyper competitive thing, right? Zero sum game. A lot of people trying to be good at the same exact thing. Like you're gonna have to put in the work to stay ahead.
For sure. GM Devi in chat saying that's true for pretty much everything. Yeah, I agree. Pretty much everything has diminishing returns as you go. I would imagine it's probably more of the rule than the exception. Negreanu putting in this river bet on the left. I believe this is just a 3-bet pot checking down. Negreanu has the 3-better. River bet does get through. Yes, it was a 3-bet pot.
So I'm saying, didn't Doug get scammed from a hack like that? A malware hack? Did that happen? I don't ever remember seeing Doug and having
How did that
episode.
come up? He did though, but how did that come up?
Somebody said the Danish poker scammer Zoops convicted.
Oh yeah, that was actually cool to see someone actually getting some legal trouble for doing something like that.
I think maybe I do remember this now with Doug.
Oh,
There's a 2+2 thread about it, right?
Yeah, Joshua Tyler was the guy's name. I'll tell the story in a second. It's pretty brutal. Gazzy B 12345, commentator extraordinaire. He's here. Thank you for raiding with that party at 141. Check out his stuff, guys. He is a cash game streamer, really good player, plays 500 NL Zoom on Twitch all the time. So you get to see like a really good player play tough games. So check out his stream. And he also commentates quite a bit. He'll also be commentating on this stream on Friday. I'll be taking a day off. So anyway, yeah, that scam that happened with Doug is he had this guy. The guy's name was Josh, and I don't remember the full beginning of the story, but Josh. Brian, you're familiar with this, and for those of you kind of familiar with how the poker world often is, there's a lot of sort of mutual friendship and trust in the poker world where it's like, oh, you want to come over to my house or go to dinner? Like you kind of end up doing that stuff with people that are just acquaintances, and it's kind of stuff that you normally reserve for more closer friends, but happens in the poker world where it's just some people are adjacent to you, you end up spending a fair bit of time with them or some time with them. But anyway, this Josh guy wanted to come over to Doug's house for some reason that'll become clear when we get later in the story, and as we see Daniel 3-bet on the right. And then while Doug, I believe Doug left the house at one point, and they were maybe going to a club or going to eat or something, and he said, hey, you want to come? And Josh was like, no, like I don't want to come, which is kind of weird. You know, imagine going to someone's house and they say, hey, you want to go to dinner? And they say no. It's kind of bizarre, but you know, Doug didn't think much of it. Thought the guy just wanted to hang out at home, didn't feel like going out. But while Doug was gone, that guy installed a keylogger, or not a keylogger, a Trojan on Doug's computer. And for the next few weeks, whenever Doug played on Stars, he was just getting mashed by I believe it's one or two guys. I think maybe just one guy. One screen name, that is. Probably all related to Josh, of course, who were playing him and just looking at his cards while he was playing. And the guy was playing like really weird and crushing Doug. And it was the classic case of like the way this guy's playing, there's just no way he can be beating me for the amount he's beating me. Like in one session, you use like maybe one buy-in, but he was just getting mashed, like losing, I don't want to put a number on it, but many buy-ins, and also moving up in stakes. And the guy was like wanting to move up in stakes and like kind of kept him on the line. It was just very fishy. And Doug did sort of sniff it out. And eventually he got in touch with Stars, and they did confirm that the Stars didn't confirm, but eventually Stars refunded the money to Doug. So Doug
did get it back. Yeah,
Doug did not have a financial loss in that scam, and I assume they took the money out of the scammer's account. But somehow Doug did end up getting like hard proof that the Trojan was there, and yeah, got to be careful with who you trust.
Crazy. As someone who's been scammed, it's it's crazy. I actually just saw my old 2+2 thread from like a million years ago when that scam happened. Somebody else just got scammed by the same guy. He got out of jail, and the guy reached out. The guy who got scammed reached out to me on Instagram and then posted it on 2plus2. So it's still out there.
Yeah, for sure. I have also been scammed once as well. It's quite a shame. Happens though, if you're not careful enough. Sometimes even if you are careful enough, sometimes you can't control it. But enough about that sad stuff. 3-bet pot on the left. Doug is the 3-better. Check on the flop. On the right, Doug getting a little value bet in on the river with his jack. That one checked down, and then he just put in a river bet. On the left, we see Doug checking after 3-betting. May have already said that. Forgive me if I did. 5 on the turn. Pair of 5s for Daniel. That one checks down. Doug with the nut flush draw on the flop, not hitting it, and then checking down. Joshua Smith, just leaving a guy you barely know in your house is pretty bad form for such an intelligent guy. Everyone makes mistakes, man. Tell you one thing, Doug didn't make the mistake again. He's not letting slight acquaintances or whatever he considered that guy. I mean, I if I remember correctly, Doug considered the guy a friend. It was just like not a friend he's known for years. It was just a poker friend, someone he had hung out with a few times. But relative to a real friend, it was an acquaintance. That's why I put it that way. In effect, he left a pretty much a stranger, but he thought they were friends. It's hard to fault him too much for that. And again, everyone makes mistakes. He got lucky that he faded the financial downside of it.
Definitely.
Sitting out from Negreanu there on the right. Probably going to take a quick break. Negreanu's up about 1 buy-in today or so. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, it's been quite calm this entire session. Couple 4-bets, nothing really big. That one 35-ish K pot that D-Negs jammed and Doug folded on Queen 10-8, but everything else has been pretty mild.
Wow. Messrs. X with a great question. We'll do a little off-topic question while we're here. What is the definition of a friend? Fire away, chat. That's a big question.
The definition of a friend. So how many hours do you have to have spent with them? When does that threshold get crossed? It's an interesting question. Because there's plenty of times actual friends end up scamming people, right? Like I've had a ton of my friends, whether there's direct scams or not, end up going broke, and tons of things where they owed me money or they borrowed money when they couldn't pay it back, right. Or lots of these things. People I've known for years and years and years. So it's not like friends can't do these things, but do they? Maybe that gets revoked once they've done it. But I'm not sure. Right. I'm not sure there's an easy threshold of like.
It is really tough. I mean, a guy could be a really good friend, and then he gets into a desperate situation, and all of a sudden he will do something, maybe even in the spur of the moment, that is a straight up scam if you on paper, but it's really not that rigid in real life. Like it's more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Mastering Dragons with a good answer, just to sort of put a pin in that answer or in that question. When you mutually have each other's interests at heart. Very good. We could roll.
That's a great answer. Yeah, it's a great answer.
Good answer from Baseboy too, if you want to check the replay for those of you watching in the future on Twitch. Good answer that I'm not going to say out loud because it's funny. Jimmy is in our ear with a very good answer as Daniel gets a check raise through on the left. He said, a friend is when you can sweat them running deep in a tournament and feel happy for them and root for them without feeling jealous of them. Or at least having the former outweigh the latter. It's hard not to feel like a little, like, even when it's your friend, it's hard not to be like, God, I wish I was playing a tournament. So it's so fun to be playing like 35, 70K in some tournament.
For sure. And I can fix your copier, man. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you're watching your stream with your family right now or something, but my kids love getting shout outs too. So shout out to your fiance, Darlene, and your daughter, Francesca. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream.
Eight bits out. Are Doug and D-Negs friends? Great question. I would say no. They're not getting. They would never have dinner together. So let's put it that way. Jay Farber says, I have a lot of people I can watch go deep in a tournament and be happy for them and not jealous at all, but still have no desire to interact with them socially. Is that still a friend? Well, Jay Farber, you might be a special case considering your tournament experience. I'm not sure if that has something to do with it. Maybe you'll correct me and say that you would have been like that before your sick run in the main event, but I have to imagine that makes it a little easier to be happy when your friends have the same experience. Just speculating. Jay Farber, for those who don't know, second in the WSOP main event several years ago for oodles of cash. Not sure how much, but as always, it's a lot.
It was definitely a lot that year as well. Man, this is the nittiest heads up poker I've seen in a while. Not actually nitty. I'm sure it's all just card distribution, but it's action light today. I want to see one of those 200K wins bust out here down the stretch.
Yeah, I think the biggest pot of the day today has been 40K or so, not maybe like 48.
40K, not at Showdown, right?
Yeah, I don't think it went to Showdown, and it was it's been an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, there was an 80K chop pot, right?
Okay.
Two pair for Daniel on the right. It's paid off in a small pot. Goes for that block sizing on the river there with the two pair. Interesting. 5,700 in the middle on the left. Daniel's going to drag that one as well. Random guy 1017. How many other poker games would they have to add to this for DNX to be favored? And which ones would favor him most if added? That's a great question for chat if I've ever heard one. What games do you think we could add to this rotation hypothetically that would help Daniel the most in terms of his EV? Drop your answer into the chat. I'm curious what you guys think about that one. What game, basically just what game would he have the biggest advantage over Doug in that Doug couldn't quickly catch up via studying or something? Daniel's 3-bet got through on the right, and on the left we have a 3-bet that was called by Daniel.
War is the common answer.
A couple people said war right away. That's good. Tiddlywinks. Shout out to Tiddlywinks. Haven't thought about that game in a long time.
I don't think deuce to seven. I think Doug could get pretty good at deuce to seven pretty quickly. It's probably stud, in my opinion. It's probably stud high. At least stud high was a game I always struggled with the most of all the 8 game games.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's definitely the most unique of the common mixed games, I would say. Like Badoogie might be like one that you throw that in there. It's like,
Yeah.
maybe Daniel would have a huge edge there as he gets paid on the left with tens in this 3-bet pot. Check down, then he goes for that block sizing on the river, gets paid off. Nice one for Daniel there.
Yeah, limit hold'em too is also a bit weird. Raz I think is easy. I loved Raz. It's a great game.
Julian Reich on YouTube says DNegs did say that he doesn't think he has much of an edge with another game. Interesting. I had not heard that. Thank you for sharing.
I mean, it's still heads up. It's not like DNegs has played them a ton, right? So Doug's going to have the advantages understanding heads up in general. Daniel's going to understand the mechanics of the game a little bit better, and it's just who converges faster.
For sure. For those who don't know, Doug did offer to play half and half, one game, one table no limit hold'em, or half the hands no limit hold'em, and half the hands whatever game Daniel wanted, but Daniel did not take him up on that, decided to just play him on Doug's turf.
To be honest, that might actually have been a good decision, because there's not like, it's easy enough to study like heads up no limit hold'em. You have solvers, you have all these tools that like help people, they help you understand exactly what the answer should be. And at least publicly, I don't think a lot of these other games have good solvers or good study materials. So it's more like getting to the true answer or what an actual good strategy is a lot more fluffy. I mean, I'm sure that people are playing it at the highest stakes. It's not for them, but you know, I think if they were both just trying to study that Doug, given how much he's had to study these things historically and his experience with heads up, would probably converge to good strategy pretty quickly. And that may be a longer process that DNegs, you know, that has a tool that does the work or part of the work for you, and then it's more about like tweaking that and learning to implement and all of those things.
For sure. 3-bet pot on the left, where Doug c-bet the flop for that bigger size 5,500 into 8K, and he got called 18K in the middle, and now he's betting 12. A rare big pot in today's session. See how this one plays out. Unsurprisingly, Daniel folds because we're not playing big pots today.
My other question, having missed the last couple of sessions, has DNegs had any more tilt gems in terms of post game interviews? Or, you know, early on he was all over the place. It felt like Twitter was blowing up every session with DNegs post game interviews. Has that continued at all?
I kind of checked out. I couldn't do it anymore. Like, I couldn't sweat that aspect of the challenge too, where like DNegs like doing the interviews, talking about how he thinks he's running. I just can't. I can't keep up with it anymore. So maybe chat can fill us in. How has DNegs been in those sessions? As Jay Farber just said, it's hard to have post game tilts when he's winning. Fair, but
true.
Have there been any, maybe a losing session or a winning session where you thought he should win more? I haven't watched those interviews, so if you guys want to share what you remember in chat. Someone, Tunnel Snake's rule, bringing up my aces never get called. He was very upset about that one.
Yeah, I did see a clip about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he had aces like 10 times in a session, and Doug just like folded every time or something. And then maybe one of them, Doug had kings and won. So, versus Negreanu's aces. I don't remember if that was the same session. I might be conflating two sessions, but something like that. Check raise for Doug on the left on this turn.
I can't repeat that, but
the 8-bit comment.
Yeah,
very good. A+ to you, 8-bit
yeah, we would definitely know about them. You're right.
Wes Boyer, does this mean they're going the full 25K? Yes, sir. Negreanu has not activated the quit clause that he passionately fought for before the challenge started.
So again, I know early on I wasn't totally sure how that worked, and other people had. Obviously it's been answered a bunch now, but if you know, he had that option one time. It was a one-time option, and now they're going the distance to 25K hands because he has declined to that. So it's not like he has a continuous option now. That's sort of done, and they're in it now. They're in the arena till the end.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. It kind of initially, my thought, as we see Doug c-bet in a 3-bet pot on the right, king 7-5. I kind of initially thought Daniel was fighting for that clause because he was going to utilize it, like he was likely to utilize it. but it seems it really was what he sort of implied at the beginning, which is it was insurance just in case he was getting just battered and not feeling good about his game, in which case he would at least have the option to say, all right, I'm done. I don't want to just have to play another 12,500 hands, which takes, as we've seen, months. Like, it's very understandable to not just want to play a game you don't feel good about for months, but turns out he feels pretty good about it. So
yeah, do we know, has he been, I know Doug's playing Heads Up in his off days, but like Heads Up was his game. That's what he typically played. Like, I'm sure Daniel isn't able to play a lot of live games right now given the pandemic, but has Daniel been playing poker over these 2 months, or is this his full-time job? Like, this is the only thing that he's doing and focusing on?
He had that brief break to play the WSOP 10K online, but other than that, I think that was it.
Okay.
20K in the middle on the right now. Doug double-barreled small. Then we got the 5 hearts on the river, completing that backdoor flush. See if Daniel decides to put in a bet now. Could see an overbet from Daniel here. Would definitely be reasonable. He does go for it. 55K, 35K effective into 20K. Does get through. Big bet making sense there because there's a fair bit of hands that Daniel have that want to go for the whole stack and that aren't really trying to bet 2/3, like a middling size for value. So it makes sense to jam those hands, those flushes, those 5x boats. Try to get the whole thing.
6-8 suited potentially.
For sure.
So far range. What kind of glasses are these? I have no idea, man. I think it's a Canadian company, but I can give you like a SKU number of it, but yeah, no idea. Think so.
Shout out to Mosul on YouTube. DNegs fan here. Happy to have DNegs fans sweating the action. We don't want a one-sided stream, you know. Not in every way. The Miner wants a shout out. He gets it.
Done.
I see you trying to trick me, but it didn't work. I could just say a different name. Getting picked off on the left is Doug. Daniel with top pair, looking him up. Well played hand from Daniel there.
Yeah, it's a lot of Doug's got caught with his hand in the cookie jar quite a few times today. All pretty standard, I think. But Daniel had those 2 ace-hat lookups. He has that lookup. I haven't seen Daniel get a bluff picked off yet.
No, not yet. He had a big bluff get picked off on Monday. Did you happen to see Monday's session?
No, I didn't.
He 3-bet 8-7 of diamonds and then tripled with no equity on, I think it was queen. Yeah, queen 5-3, 1 diamond. So on the flop, he had a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. But the turn was a king, and then he went for the no equity bluff, which of course should be doing some of the time when the board favors you as much as it did in this spot. He bet the turn king, and then the river 10 he jammed for an overbet. Like, I want to say 55, maybe 45K into like 30K. The pot ended up being 120. So
what did Doug call him with?
King Jack, turn top pair with the straight blocker.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good to see. I mean, if you're rooting for Doug, maybe it's not so good to see, but it's good to see Negreanu putting in those no equity bluffs. A lot of people saying he's not capable of them, kind of the peanut gallery more so is the people saying that he's not capable of them, but turns out he is, at least sometimes. That's basically every session where Doug loses, and then he posts the result of the session as Daniel check raises on the left. He posts the results of each session on Twitter and Facebook. Twitter's pretty normal, but on Facebook, like, the responses are just like so predictable. It's just always people saying, Daniel never bluffs. Stop. You shouldn't have called this hand or whatever. Just fucking experts.
All of them have watched the endless stream of Daniel's masterclass ads. It gets spammed in Facebook ads all the time. I think I've seen that ad like so many times pop up on my feed.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a very common ad. Strass87 says that DNeg's ad is just the algorithm targeting you as a poker player.
Yep, it certainly is.
Indeed it is. If you're on the internet, you are being marketed to these days. No, can't avoid it. Cookie blocker can help though.
True.
I probably shouldn't be saying that considering Upswing runs very, very successful Facebook ads and such, but whatever. You guys already know about Upswing. You don't need ads.
How long would you say it takes for a fun player to become winning at PLO tournaments? It really depends on the amount of effort you're going to put in, man. I think anybody, all the tools are there for anybody to get good. I used to do this thing. I came up on 2+2. 2+2 was like hugely beneficial to me in my development as a poker player. Back then, I have no clue what it's like now. I don't go there ever anymore. But back then, it was like this awesome place of like everybody learning together. So to give back, I would take somebody, and the restriction was they had to be a break-even or losing player at extremely small stakes. I did it 3 different times, I think, and all 3 times I took people who were break even or losing at like $2 games to making 10K plus a month within 6 months. So like it is 100% possible to get very good at poker if you have good resources and you put in the time and just like dedicate yourself to it. It's still a thing, right? Poker is not an impossible game. Totally reasonable for somebody to go from being a fun player to winning at PLO tournaments. And that can be, a couple of months, it can be 6 months, it can be a couple of years. Everybody is sort of different in like both the level of effort that they put in and the just their ability to like assimilate information and apply it.
Yeah, great points for sure. Pretty sick to go from a fun player to 10K a month.
Yeah, it was fun, man. That was one of my favorite things to do of all time. I got super close to most of these people. They were just random. I would just post it every like once a year, basically, and everybody would put in applications, and I would just pick somebody who seemed to fit the criteria most well and be motivated. And yeah, I mean, you just, again, I talked to them every single day, did coaching sessions with them, a couple times a week. And we just went through it, and watching them, at the time, it was kind of like life-changing money for them. It was just awesome. It's a great feeling. I felt like it was an awesome way to give back, and we were pretty public about most of it. So yeah, it was really fun. I used to enjoy it a ton.
Three bet from Daniel on the right, making it $4,000 with a very typical purple $1,000 chip featured on WSOP.com. Probably not a single casino in the world that has purple $1,000 chips. If anyone knows of one, let me know. Happily be wrong about that, but it seems random. Anyway, Doug does call 872 Rainbow. Daniel's going to go for the bigger size, 5,500, 5,300 into 70 900 does get through. Jay Farber asked a long question a moment ago. Oh, okay. We'll wait until this 3-bet pot ends on the right. Daniel 3-betting to 4,100 now, changing his size a little bit. Guess they're a little shorter, but interesting to see him changing the size based on such differences. Was he even shorter in the last one? It seems like Daniel's just like varying his 3-bet size sometimes, like for no reason, or well, not for no reason. But
I'm positive I saw him do the 4120 on the smaller of two tables. So like he was 3-betting 4K on the one where they were deeper, and 4120 on the one where they were shallower.
Okay. Well, they were just a couple hands ago. They were 41K deep, and Daniel made it 4K. And then in this one, they were 40K deep, and Daniel made it 4,100. So it's kind of weird. I mean, maybe he's scaling it to that degree. That seems like a lot of work though for not much EV.
Agreed.
To each his own. To each his own. Check down on the right in this 3-bet pot.
Maybe it's just being blatantly exploitable and just like, throw a couple hundred chips on my good 3-bets. Gonna start tracking those showdowns.
Checks down in this 3-bet pot, and Doug's putting in a bet, 5,500. See if Daniel decides to look him up. Daniel's top of his range is probably going to be, other than the traps, going to be a hand like ace high or maybe pocket sevens. Daniel does look him up, and he's going to lose to the ace 8 of Doug. Yeah, nice hand for Doug there. Nice value bet. So small pot brewing on the left will pick it up if it continues to balloon. But Jay Farber asked a moment ago, after getting murdered in all caps for like 7,500 hands, DNEG seems to have turned a corner. Coaching sims or natural ability, combination of all, or just running closer to EV? Final question, how much of a favorite is Doug over the last 12,000 hands? I think it's easy to sort of assume those narratives are true. Like, oh, Daniel was losing the first 7,500 hands. Now in the last 500, it's been closer in terms of results. Maybe he's gotten a lot better, and I'm sure he has gotten better, but I also think it's just really difficult to say for certain that it's not just variance. Like Doug could have been running good or bad, and he was probably running above in the first 7,500 hands just based on results because he was winning at like 25 big blinds per 100. But it's really hard to say if the last 5K hands have been, Daniel getting better or just like running a little better or whatever.
So I guess the easy way to quantify it is how many BB per 100 would you pay to have Doug's side?
Yeah, that's a good question.
So like for me, I think early on the going rate was like between 6 and 9. I think people were paying publicly.
Yeah, I saw a lot of 8.
I saw a lot of 8 for sure. Like I would definitely still buy Doug at 5 BB per 100. I don't know. Like I still think he's probably above 8. I just don't know how much Daniel's going to improve in the second half. I don't have. I don't know. Definitely 5. Like I definitely think it's still at least that much. So what about you? Would you pay 5? Would you pay more than 5?
I guess maybe a bit more. I mean, I wouldn't really be a big fan of like buying that anyway. Like I would kind of rather just bet like a 4-1 bet on Doug winning it straight kind of a thing. I think that's more my style. But in just hypothetically, yeah, like 5, 6, 7 is, and then early on maybe a little higher.
I hope you'd feel good about a 4-1 here, since he was 5-1 to begin the challenge and is up 800K. So yeah, 4-1 sounds great. If anyone wants 4-1, get at me.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I feel great about that side.
On specifically the second half of the challenge.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I would think maybe like if Doug was, so if we separate them into two halves, like a football game kind of a thing, it does get a little weird because Doug actually is going to do some protecting towards the 25k hand mark if it's close, because he needs to lock up the side bets. So Doug actually has a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, how much? How much is the side? Do we know? Is that's not against Daniel, right? They're just straight up
No,
against. It's
he has
additional action that Doug
right.
has booked on his own. Okay.
Yeah, Doug has a lot of action. Daniel has a lot of action at around this 4-1 price. We like, for example, we know Doug has 25k to win, or rather 100k of his money to win 25k of Phil Hellmuth's money. That was a public one. You have to assume there's just a lot like that, but we don't know the exact numbers. But anyway, that the fact that Doug is going to have to play protective in certain runouts of this challenge actually increases Daniel's EV in the second half, because Doug's going to have to like play, for example, if it's within 200k with a few hundred hands left, Doug has to play tighter because he doesn't want to play all ins and lose the side bets just for a small amount of added EV in the actual pots.
100%.
So that helps Daniel's EV in the second half a little bit. And then, of course, Daniel's just gotten better. But presumably Doug has gotten a little bit better too. Though I'd imagine the gains that Daniel has made relative to where he was before are greater than the gains that Doug has made relative to where he was before. So I would probably say if we're just buying that 4.5 to 1 that it was for the first half, let's say 3.75 to 1 for the second half, 3.5 to 1. That seems like pretty reasonable to me.
Yep.
Anyway, back to the poker now that he's here. 8k in the middle on the right after Daniel 3 bets, and Daniel goes for 2k on the flop, that 25% size that he loves. Doug does call, and we get a very interesting turn. 2 flush draws and 4 straight.
Divide Mode asks, since I'm looking into coaching a couple of friends in No Limit Hold'em, how did you approach coaching these break-even players? Do you mind laying out your basic studying plan for players like that? When we have a lull in the action, I will. That's no problem.
Doug does go for a small bet, 4,000 into 12,000 on the right. And now we get this backdoor flush completing on the river. Let's see what Doug decides to do here. Ooh, wise check from Doug, because he's up against that flush from Daniel. Reasonably played a hand from Daniel there. Not really a turn card he wants to be betting all that often, just because Doug is going to have a lot more of the 2s and the 7s and even the 2 pairs and the sets in his range. So Daniel can't be just betting that turn willy-nilly. Even with a hand like a flush draw and a straight draw, you might want to do some checking.
Jay's saying Bill Perkins has $1 million of his own money on Daniel at 4 to 1 or better. But what's also interesting is he also gave Daniel like 10 or 11 to 1 on himself. So like most of his profits, winning for Daniel, I guess is still pretty good for him. But he gets kind of doubly wrecked on the Doug win. But he wanted to motivate him, so I'm assuming he's got enough that it stays motivating for him, even if Daniel wins.
Crazy. Jay Farber said BP has more than Bill Perkins has more than 4 million on the line. Wow, raised from Doug on the right here now.
To win 4 though, risking 1.
Ah, gotcha. So on the right, it was a C bet from Doug on the flop and then a check raise from Daniel. And then now Daniel bet the turn kind of small for that block size, then Doug's raising. And then on the left, finally we have some action here. Daniel calls, we get the board pairing on the river on the right. On the left, Daniel 3 bet, check on the flop. Check again on the turn from Daniel. Then we get the pot size bet from Doug. Does get called. So now we've got 24k in the middle on the left, 22k in the middle on the right. Both situations where we could see some shoving from Doug. Not on the left in particular, or the right in particular, rather. Yep, and there it is. And that is a dirty cooler. Doug hitting that 4 outer.
Oh, D-Negs is going to be tilting about that one, but he does win with ace high when he had the ace high flush draw on the left with ace king.
Yeah, certainly a cooler even before that river card, but the river card really makes it a cooler. And on the left, yeah, Daniel dragging that very nice sized pot, getting a nice rebate from the one on the right with just ace king high. Doug electing not to fire that final barrel. Likely would have worked. Tim Shappen asks, are these streams saved? Yes, they are. You can find all of them on the Twitch, the Upswing Twitch channel or Doug's YouTube channel. You can also just go to upswingpoker.com/HU for grudge. It's the link that's just above Brian's webcam on your screen. Upswingpoker.com/HU for grudge. And that has all of the sessions quickly recapped, as well as links to the sessions. So you can check it out that way. Though keep in mind, you might get spoiled if you go that way, because it says the results right next to the link. But maybe you can like kind of cover the screen and just be careful you won't get spoiled. 3-bet from Daniel or Doug on the right.
It's 20%-ish or so.
Yeah, really small bet from Doug there in that 3-bet pot. Tunnel Snakes rules correcting me that Twitch VODs are only saved for 2 months. I'm a Twitch noob, so I didn't know that. So probably just check YouTube or that link I talked about, because they apparently expire on Twitch. My bad. I'm a bit of a noob, like I said. Double barrel from Doug on the right. Ooh, that's an interesting card. All of Doug's pairs are going to happily jam now. Hands like aces, queens, jacks. Very happy to put the money in. He does check, though. See if Daniel decides to do anything. TJ Bull, I will answer your question about the very popular Upswing Lab training course shortly. That's going to be a nice pot for Daniel there with eights. Doug electing to give up with the queen 9. Daniel electing not to go for the value on the river with eights, which is pretty understandable. Could be a reasonable bet, but understandable to go for the passive check there. So TJ Bull, is the Upswing Lab for completely new players? It can be. It was initially built for beginners and sort of low mid stakes players, and the early sections of the Upswing Lab training course are geared towards such players. But we've been adding content to it every week for almost 5 years now, so naturally the content has gotten a lot more advanced as that has happened. So we have a lot of advanced content as well. But if you're a newer player, those early sections and a lot of the like live poker content is going to be super relevant to you. A lot of pre-flop charts that'll really sort of help you tighten the screws on your pre-flop strategy. Plug some leaks in your game will certainly help. Doug going for the check raise on the right with 7-6, but it does not work. Daniel does not fall for the trap. But yeah, if you are a new player, or even if you're kind of a mid-stakes or a serious online cash player, I would really suggest checking out the Upswing Lab. We do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so feel free to just go try it, risk-free. And then if you don't like it, feel like it's not for you for whatever reason, or if you within 30 days just decide you don't want to study poker, shoot our support an email and we will make it right. Killer Kill 420 says the lab is great. Thank you for the immediate social proof. I appreciate it.
And Devi, I'll answer your question now, as it seems like it's pretty slow. Well, I'll wait till after this 3-bet. But basically, my recipe for coaching all those guys, the low stakes guys, was you just got to start at the super basics, right? A lot of people are really fundamentally broken with their ideas around a lot of things in poker, and so I tried to start from scratch with everybody. And for me, that starts with ranges. So typically, it would be talking about the exact ranges in different preflop scenarios. And there is a 3-bet pot on the right, so I'll keep an eye on that. So talking about preflop ranges, having them watch me, actually not watch me play. I don't think live watching is really great. So we would go through some of my hand histories, and we just talk about why we're choosing to c-bet on this board. So really, that's the earliest thing, right? Ranges, and then like board textures. So why is this a good board to be betting on as the as the raiser? Why is this a good board to be defending against? And basically 3 times per week, we would just go through their hand histories. And same thing, we're not watching live sessions. We're going through sessions that they played and reviewing all of their hands, pointing out leaks, pointing out exactly where they're going. So you're just kind of course correcting back to that point. And as you do that, the point is just to slowly ingrain like the thought process. So you're going to be reviewing hands, and you're going to see something that was wrong, and they're, they can just write it up as, okay, this was wrong, like got to memorize what to do next time, but you kind of walk through exactly why. And I'll pause for a moment here as we have a really big pot on the right.
Yeah, nice 28k pot here. So just to recap,
I think Mike froze, or I froze. Somebody froze.
Yeah,
I'm here.
I froze.
All
Sorry,
right,
guys.
there you go.
Yeah, I got to turn my camera off and on. I'm sure I'm frozen. So yeah, sorry about that. Okay, Doug's all in. Quick call from Daniel. Ooh, Doug's bluffing. That's another large pot going Daniel's way.
Yep.
So just to recap that action, it was Daniel 3-bets, Doug calls, Doug flops a gut shot, Daniel flops trips. Daniel bets small on the flop, turn, Daniel lays the trap for Doug and checks. Doug goes for the 8k bet into 12k, call, 28k in the middle going into the river, jack, and Daniel check calls, catching Doug in the cookie jar. Drop your cookie jars in the chat. Unfortunate for Doug there, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, there's been a lot of those today. Not nearly many that big, but there has definitely been a lot of them. Got to bluff sometimes. Pappy Van Winkle, what's up, man? Nice to see you. And oh yeah, just to wrap that up, yeah, I think it's just about course correcting back to that media thing. And again, it's not like early on. Yes, ranges are about memorization, but it's more about being able to think your way through a poker spot. You want to like actually analyze why something is good, not just say this is wrong. So we may go through hand histories and we may point out 20, 30 things that are mistakes, and then we'll just walk through the first 8 of them until the time is up, diving into why each one of those is a mistake. You start doing that every week, and it's just kind of iterating on that, right? Then you're bringing in more tools. All of it is about expanding on analysis. So really, the whole goal is to get them to be able to think through spots, specifically post-flop spots. Like pre-flop is fairly easy to do, both setting initial ranges and adjusting to different types of players. But post-flop it's its own thing, and it takes a lot of thought and a lot of analysis to be good and dynamic at playing post flop. So I think really it's about getting them to be able to think through those spots. And you just do that through repetition again, and not yes, what's right and wrong, because they need to know that. It needs to trigger that was a mistake, but more like, how do I start thinking through this? And you hit month 2, month 3, and then we start diving into, I would watch some live sessions. We would play games against each other. So I'd play them heads up for a while, and then we would review both me trying to be exploitative against them and why I was doing it, why I was taking lines, what leaks I felt like they had. Yeah, go right ahead. Sorry, big pot.
Yeah, 4-bet pot on the left. So Daniel's 4-betting, Doug just calling. These 4-bet pots are exciting. Doug just with 1.5 times the pot remaining in his stack going into the flop. Ace, Jack, 8, 2 hearts. See what happens now. Stuart Little, I saw your question about content in the lab for an MTT player. I will answer in a moment once this pot is over. So Daniel going for a 1/5 pot sized bet. See what Doug decides to do. I could see some shoving from Doug here. Definitely would make sense. Some draws that want some very high equity draws that want to shove, and then some strong hands like maybe an ace-8 suited that is okay jamming.
That card is really interesting, and Doug instantly checks, which is like pretty natural. He's gonna be checking a ton there, but
yeah, it would be interesting to know if you can do some leading there. Would make some sense because you.
I'm sure you should lead some there.
I mean, as the big blind, you definitely have more of the. Daniel's gonna win that one with kings. I'm sure he didn't like that ace high flop, but it allowed him to get a little bit of value from Doug's 10-9. Yeah, you would think Doug, as the player in the big blind who called the 4-bet, is going to have more suited hands and thus more flushes. Does that mean he can leverage that to lead? I would think at least sometimes, but I'm not positive. So Stuart Little's question, hey, is there any good upswing content you can recommend for a recreational MTT player who's not really motivated to spend a ton of time studying, but wants to be solid enough when playing for fun? It's very reasonable and a very reasonable pain point. And I know a lot of people have that. They don't want to be in the lab, like, studying for dozens and dozens of hours to get good at like something that they do for their hobby. They just want to get, adequate enough to feel confident and have fun when they're playing and not feel like they're, on the middle of an island, not sure what to do. In any case, I would recommend the early MTT modules. Modules are our name for lessons, for those who don't know, but the early MTT modules are great. They cover sort of the basics of MTTs. Check out Doug's Hiking the Kilimanjaro series, where he won a $700 tournament on PokerStars that had like a bunch of players. He reviews it over like 7 parts. It's a few years old, but it's a very heuristic-based strategy that you'll probably be comfortable using. It doesn't like implement a bunch of the advanced modern solver stuff, but it's still a good heuristic-based strategy that's easy to implement, most importantly. So you should be confident at the table implementing it. But yeah, check that out. And if you need any other recommendations, I highly suggest posting in the Facebook group, the Upswing Engage Facebook group. We have very active community there. So if you ask a question, you are sure to get some great answers from people who at least seem like they care if you're going to succeed. So check that out. A lot of great members in there.
All friends. Just don't leave them in your house alone.
Exactly. Or at least just like leave a password on your computer, right?
True.
I don't know if someone installing a Trojan could get around that, but whatever. Seems to be the bare minimum. 3-bet pot on the right. Doug as the 3-better. Half pot c-bet from Doug on the right.
D-Negs raise.
Yeah, tiny raise from D-Negs. Just over min. Call from Doug and a snap check on the turn.
That was actually your password when you were 13, man. You're pretty elite hacker there. It's a pretty solid password, to be honest. Pretty sure most 13-year-old passwords are like poodle or I don't know, something one word and extremely easy. Doug with the
Block bet,
1/3
yeah.
river, yeah. Daniel on the mega tank there.
Well,
Final lets it go.
One of the few big pots Doug has won today. 25K going his way. TJ Bull, I promise for those of you who don't like this, and I don't blame you, that this will be the last plug for the little while. But I have to answer the questions, TJ Bull asks, how much does a course cost? We have a very wide array of courses and tools available for poker players who want to get better, and sort of scaled for however much you want to pay. So if you don't want to pay anything, we have over 500 free articles on the site. A lot of them aimed at beginners. Go check those out, upswingpoker.com/blog. If you just want to commit time, no money, you could do that. Also, of course, Doug's YouTube channel, but he does kind of talk about a little bit more of an advanced strategy than some of our beginner articles. A lot of blocker talk in Doug's videos. And if you want to take it a little more seriously than that, we have the Upswing Lab. That's our most popular course with over 6,000 members. That's a subscription-based course. That's all things no limit hold'em, cash games, online and live, heads up, tournaments, etc. That's the one where you get access to our most active community. And then we have $1,000 advanced courses made by some of the top players in the world, like Nick Petrangelo, Kane Callis, Jake Abdallah. A lot of great ones there. Alex Canu, Seven Miller recently made a cash game course for us. We have an amazing advanced PLO course. Those are $1,000. Those are for serious players who, want to invest in their poker skills a lot and, put in a lot of study. Those are each 30-hour courses that the guys all did a great job on. Anyway, if you want to check
those guys are beasts too. Kanu, Lama, all those guys, just the ultimate studs.
For sure. If you are interested in any of that, just go to upswingpoker.com, click the training tab. All right, so D-Negs raising on the left on the river. This is a check down 3-bet pot. Doug has the 3-better. Kushgrower 303 says, invest your 1K in Bitcoin instead, and you will make more money off of it. Why not both, bro? Half and half. The lab is less than 1K, so join that and put the rest in Bitcoin if you want. It's a fine strategy. 3-bet from Daniel on the left. God, last thing, I promise. Manny Kaffa asks, can we pay for the courses with Bitcoin? The only reason I want to answer this one is because it's so tilting. We used to take Bitcoin, and of course we want to, because basically everyone in the company believes in Bitcoin. But our payment processor, Stripe, a couple years ago just stopped taking it. And then we also did some, if I remember correctly, we also did some split tests with like a particular plugin that allowed Bitcoin payments. And the way it worked actually made people convert less on the landing pages because it was kind of a confusing plugin. So we just kind of canned it. So unfortunately, we don't take Bitcoin, mainly because Stripe doesn't allow us to anymore. But disappointing, but it's a fact.
But they do accept Bitcoin Cash, which is the future of money. I'm just kidding. I hate Bitcoin Cash. That's a total troll.
You couldn't even let that
as in. No, not even for a second. Nobody's getting a clip of me saying that. Like, no, it's not happening.
Yeah, you could not let that hang even for like half a second. That was amazing.
No. Yeah.
3-bet pot on the left. 3-2-2 board. That's going to be very good for Doug, considering that's just basically 3 napkins. 2/3 pot bet from him. Daniel's going to still float this flop with a lot of hands that have overcards plus backdoor draws. So there's a lot of those, like you can think like Queen Jack of clubs, Queen Jack of spades, Queen Jack of hearts, King Jack, same thing. King Queen, same thing. Jack 10 even, same thing. So a lot of calling from Daniel in that flop. That's why Doug's able to go for that sort of bigger size. Makes sense to do. Doug does follow through. 10,000 to 18,000. You have a hard stop today, right, Brian?
Yeah, I do. Somewhere right around 5:30. So I'm good for now.
Cool, no problem. All right, we got a boat on the board now.
It's interesting. He leaves himself half pot for this river. With that board texture, I guess it's fine. Wow.
Wow, chop it up.
Yeah.
Nice
snap
call from Daniel.
by D-Negs too. Absolutely snap.
Nice snap from D-Negs, especially with an ace in your hand. Probably makes it a bit better blocking aces, but yeah, he might have been calling there just quite frequently. Nice call from Daniel for sure.
I should have known the clips were coming out immediately. Thank you so much for that.
That is so funny. I gotta watch. I gotta see if he cut it. How well he cut it. Oh, okay, he didn't like do you dirty. That's good. I thought he might have done it where you say that's the future of money, and then
and the hard stop
right there. Yeah, that would be well played. No need for that, Emmy. Devour says, "Hey Mike, are you from Glasgow?"
Yeah.
Is that Wait a second, bro. What?
Which word or
Yes, Scotland.
pronunciation?
What?
Yeah.
That is a new one. I would feel free to elaborate on that. I'll never get that again, I guarantee. Check raise from Daniel on this table on the left. He's facing a double barrel from Doug here in check raising. Small check raise too, just 5,300. Daniel winning a nice pot on the right with ace king high. Daniel having a nice little session today, up about 3.5 buy-ins. Has not had much go wrong for him. I don't think he's lost a pot under, or rather a pot above 25K.
Yeah. Textbook Scottish accent, 100%.
So brutal. People just keep asking upswing questions, and I promised that I would wait, so I have to wait.
Yeah, they're right. There was the one big cooler, the king queen against 6, where he rivered the king.
My mistake, y'all. Yes, I did forget about that one, conveniently.
Daniel, man, quite a high aggression factor, I feel like. I mean, at least in raises. I feel like we've seen quite a few today. Doug has had it in the barrels, but I've seen a lot of just these small raises out of Daniel.
Another showdown going Daniel's way. Really seems like he's won all the showdowns today. But that is not true. One of those classic remembering the bad beats, but not the good ones.
Poker players aren't known for that at all.
Doug bets half pot into this $5,800 pot on the left. Once again, late in the session, and Doug's got a couple stacks still in the 40Ks. Never what you want in a heads-up battle. Looking across the table at a couple six-figure stacks. Granted, they're not massive six-figure stacks, but they're six-figure stacks nonetheless. Kush Grower 303 says, "Will Doug win another session?" Maybe not, man. Maybe D-Nex is just going to sweep him from here on out every session. Probably under 0.5% chance of that happening if you did the math, but maybe.
Do you know what the poker shares per session odds are now these days?
I haven't been checking now.
I'm going to check if they have future sessions up. It is D-Negs plus 118 and Doug minus 135.
So what is that? You're supposed to take the, oh, I just forget which one you're supposed to, it's closer to. The favorite or the...
For
so
what?
What is the vig free odds there? I forget how to like reconcile the two.
I forget the exact calculation. It's probably going to be like minus 124 is my guess, but now I got to look it up.
Cool. Yeah, I always forget. It's like it's closer to the favorite or the dog, but I can't remember which.
I think it's going to be higher, maybe 126. Yeah, 125.25.
Nice.
which is a 55.6% vig free odds on Doug winning a session.
Makes sense. 13.5k in the middle on the right. Daniel raised the turn. I'm trying to see how we got here. Okay, so it was just a check down pot to the turn and a single raise pot. Doug bet, and then Daniel raised. Ooh, nice pick off from Doug. Oh, it's two pair. Never mind. I thought it was like the Jack 3 essentially. Nice call.
So sorry, can you recap that? I was looking up the vig free odds. How did Daniel get there with 8-5?
He checked back the flop and then raised the turn.
Okay. Just do it as decimal, you stupid Americans. Yeah, I do hate decimal odds, so I don't know, what it is about it. We've just been too conditioned. And do I plan on joining the stream again? Yeah, I've already been here once or twice already. I'm sure I'll be back again. I'm around if they need me. It's a good question. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, yours is. I was gonna make fun of someone's comment on YouTube for being so bad. So let's do something positive instead and do yours, and I'll just skip this.
This is Divide Mode asking. Well, there's a big raise here. One second, we'll do it in just a second. Doug picked off again.
Yeah, picked off again on the left.
Raising on the right.
Ooh, 3-bet for Doug.
Yep.
Daniel's got a call about 11k to win 32k. Excuse me. Nice 3-bet from Doug with just a straight.
Agreed.
I think a lot of people would be a little too nervous to put in a re-raise there, the potential full house and even a potential higher straight, but Doug accurately seeing that it's a hand worth more value there, and he does get it.
So Devimo was asking, if you're a break-even player right now for 2021 and beyond, if you could start studying right now, is there more value in No Limit Hold'em or PLO? Also taking into account the popularity of the games in the coming years. You have an answer?
I got to read it one more time. What is it one more time?
If you were starting from scratch right now, break-even player, you're going to start studying PLO, No Limit Hold'em. Where's the value now and in the next couple of years of future? Like, where are you putting your time in?
If I was just getting started, I'd for sure play PLO. The
Agreed.
only reason, like, I still play, I play poker recreational occasionally, especially the last few weeks, because like December and early January games are amazing, and it's kind of just fun to splash around. 3-bet pot on the left, by the way. But the only reason, and I'm still playing No Limit Hold'em, but the only reason for that is I've studied No Limit Hold'em for years. I used to play No Limit Hold'em professionally, so like I don't have to do any work to make money at these No Limit Hold'em games. But if I had to do work anyway, I would for sure put in the work at PLO. I mean, the potential win rates are amazing. Granted, there's going to be some variance, and if you're playing like low stakes, if you don't have like a huge bankroll, you might have to play low stakes, and the rake is pretty brutal. But in any case, the rake is kind of brutal everywhere. Just play PLO, learn the game. I mean, check out the PLO matrix on Upswing if you want to learn PLO. That basically tells you exactly how to play pre-flop. Pretty sick tool.
Everybody I know who's crushing live games or just in general kind of transition, all the big games seem to be a PLO. So in terms of just like vertical, like how far can you run with it, it seems hard to go wrong with.
Yeah, for sure. You still get people at PLO regularly making like huge blunders, like pre-flop and on the flop, whereas in No Limit Hold'em, those blunders are drying up. You don't really see people like limp in early position with queen 3 off these days, but like they used to. But you still see the equivalent of that in PLO. So that's the way to go.
For sure.
all things equal, though. For a lot of people, all things are not equal. They have experience at Ultimate Hold'em. They're more comfortable. They maybe even like it better. A lot of people don't like the PLO variants. If you kind of lean into it, though, it's probably sweet.
I think it's great.
Actual action, several buy-in swings every day. Sounds fun. Also sounds stressful, but fun. Daniel dragging an 8K pot on the left. Sorry about the dog. She keeps... What does she bark? She's just under a blanket barking. It's nonsense. Whatever. 3-bet from Daniel on the right gets through. Patrick F., how long has this stream been live? About 2 hours and 17 minutes. We start at 2:30 Pacific time for all these sessions, so you can always do the math there. Carrie Winters, how's PLO's popularity, though? Feel like it doesn't run often at my local casino. Yes, that's another huge factor to what game you should play. If you play live, for example, and you don't play online, and your local casino or wherever you can play doesn't have PLO, of course you have no choice. You have to play Ultimate Hold'em or whatever they have. But if you are fortunate enough to have options, then PLO is the best option. But again, we were kind of just talking all things equal, which I know, like we said, for most people, they're not. Check raise from Daniel on the right. By the way, guys, as always, Doug will be joining us for a post-game chat. Chop pot on the left. If you have any questions for Doug in that post-game chat, drop them in the chat right now or whenever. But the most important, or it'd be helpful if you could put question for Doug, : and then your question, so it kind of stands out a little better. And then I will note them down if you have a good idea. I have a question kind of held over from the last one, which is, what is the biggest EV mistake you've found in one of the hands you've played upon review? Someone asked that last session, but we sort of ran out of time.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I like it. We especially appreciate questions like that, where they're kind of more general, or it could even be, I mean, last time we talked about football for 2 questions, so it could be any question. The sort of way we've structured these interviews from now on is Doug opens up the hand replayer on both tables, since unlike us, he has access to that. He can just hit that circular button in the top left of the table, and he can see all the hands that he played. Then he can sort it by biggest hand, and then just talk about what he's willing to talk about. It's a lot easier than us having to remember the important hands and then ask him about them. And then sometimes he's not willing to share certain things because it'll hurt his EV. So we've kind of found it easier. He just runs through the hands really quick. Then we ask sort of rapid fire off-topic questions, if you will, though sometimes they're very much related to the challenge. So get your questions in.
Someone's asking the odds on Doug normal T versus tank today, and it's like at least minus 600 tank, right?
Yeah, I would say maybe like minus 500 tank.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah.
It's an interesting question. If D-Negs changes his mind and wants to quit now, to just end the challenge, give you the win, are you cool with that? I would say he would absolutely want to keep playing, is my guess. It does depend, though. The deeper we get, it certainly depends on how much inside bets he has. But I think he wants the action.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Doug definitely wants to have a cushion going into the last several thousand hands or whatever, so he doesn't have to worry about some tournament-like decisions where he has to preserve his stacks and stuff like that. But he certainly wants the action overall.
Yeah. And I will say, I've seen a lot of like duck-sized horses and horse-sized duck questions, but I've I've never seen arm-sized nipples or nipple-sized arms, and I do not know what the answer is.
Oh man,
I
that's
have
rough.
no clue my preference in that scenario. I guess it has to be the arm-sized nipples, but it's you got me, man.
That's amazing. I guess you just have like, well, they're not limbs, right? They're just hanging off you, so that's pretty brutal. Both are brutal.
they're brutal, but like, can you
Nice
really
razor
have?
tug on the left.
Yeah, very
Gets some
nice.
value.
Can you really have nipple-sized arms? Like that prevents everything.
Yeah, no, you can't. You need your arms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tree poker. You need your arms. That's wisdom right there.
Dineg pots the turn on the left.
You guys are too distracting sometimes. You're making me miss this 13k pot that's brewing. Let's see if Daniel decides to put in. I believe this would be a third barrel. I believe he just c-bet the flop potted the turn. Favorite steakhouse in Vegas? I can ask Doug that for you. I know he's going to have some thoughts. I think we've even asked that already, but Daniel's river bet does get through. Drags another nice one. Excuse me. So DNegs has cut the overall lead in the challenge to around 600k now. Just 15 buy-ins. As Doug's, was that a 4-bet who got through on the right a moment ago?
Yeah, it is getting tight.
Yeah, getting tighter for sure. I mean, 15 buy-ins is still enough that it would take several sessions. But or rather, it would take several sessions to, win 15 buy-ins typically. It's hard to win more than like 5, 6 in a session. But in any case, it's certainly a smaller cushion than he had before.
DNegs has stopped sandbagging now, and Doug is locked in for 25k hands. Got him right where he wants him. No, I mean, like, listen, 600k, yeah, it is 15 buy-ins, and if Daniel is actually running way below EV, like, it's tight, man. I thought it'd be a bloodbath. I want like the $2.5 million beating. I don't want to see a 700k win. We're here for blood, and yeah. I mean, we'll see. It's already a bit tighter than I thought it would be.
Yeah, Doug winning at what? They've played 13,000 hands. Well, say 13,300 now, but 13,000 for easy math. Trying to think how much he's up in BB per 100. I'm a drink deep, so this is a little tough, but it's like in the neighborhood of like what, 14 big blinds? Approx. So yeah, I would say that's on the lower end of, well, it's more the middle lower end of what people expected for how much Doug would win in this challenge. A lot of people thought like we were talking about earlier, eight blinds per 100 was sort of the line that people were willing to pay, which would mean that his real win rate for those people is probably like 12 or so. Doug had said before the challenge that if Daniel was like, didn't study enough and like really did not come into this prepared, it could have been as much as like a 25 big blind per 100 loss. But that has clearly not, that, barring some really bad run for Doug that we're not seeing.
Yeah, I think it's like at 600k, I think it's like 11 and a half. So I guess 11 and a half is it's still pretty reasonable. Yeah, but yeah, sure. I think there was certainly a chance of 15ish plus early on, and I think a lot of people who are laying 8 kind of have that expectation that you have the kind of 15 to 25 range as a possibility. So
Ben Kenobi says, I'm still waiting for that quote unquote strategy. You want to elaborate, man? That is not helpful. I read your comment and I still couldn't answer it. Probably not a well-written comment if that's the case. If it was a question for me. If not, then, never mind.
if there's a question for me, then it's totally valid. I didn't give anything strategic, and just ask it again, man. We're here to help.
Kerry Winters, 25 BB seems high. He would really have to be out to lunch. Yes, most certainly. That was the extreme end. One extreme end. That would be like if Daniel really did not prepare properly.
I mean, I think with where he came in, there's actually the chance that he was around that. He has just improved quite well, better than I expected him to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. He very well could have been minus 25 BB at the beginning. Keep in mind that I know, especially to people who are used to like 6 max or tournaments or looking at win rates like that, 25 BB is like outrageous. Heads up, and forgive me if you already know this, the person who brought this up, but in heads up, you're sort of capable to it's possible to win a lot more per 100 big blinds than in like 6 max, so that's the reason it would be possible. DNX is back after that short break. That's an interesting question from Luca Lenz. How small of a win after 25,000 hands, question for Doug, would make you regret challenging Daniel? Nice pot for Doug there. 10K pot with the bottom 2 on the 4 straight board. Picked off that river bet, right?
Yeah, I was muted for myself there on accident, so sorry about that. But yeah, what I was saying was, so what do you think? Assume it's, I know with side bets it's not strictly possible, but let's assume it's total amount of money that Doug has won. What do you think the minimum amount of money won Doug would need for him to feel like it was worth it?
Yeah, that's a more positive way to phrase the question. I like that. That's a good question. Maybe.
So like if he wins 80K, he probably won't.
Which he didn't do this. Most certainly.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So most like certainly. 3 months of his life, all of this studying, unretiring, all of this stuff for 80K. Certainly not going to feel great about that. But like, where is that threshold? Is it 200K, 400K?
Yeah, I would think the number that immediately hit me was 500.
Yeah.
All right, so the way we're going to phrase that one is, what is the minimum amount you'd have to win to not regret this? To not regret this challenge. I like that question. Ben Kenobi, so you're saying that he was the one who asked like what the strategy is or something? He's saying Negs believes Doug is bluffing widely, so Negs is calling him when he has a made hand and believes in his ultimate superiority. Interesting phrasing. Let's just put it this way. we've seen what you're basing your analysis on right now is probably 9 showdowns approximately. So it's just not a significant sample. So what you're saying might be right. DNegs might have made that adjustment. He might have done something, but we've seen 9 showdowns or whatever is what we're talking about over the past 2 sessions, 3 sessions. So it's not, you can't infer what you're inferring from what you've seen, in my opinion.
But at the end of the day, like when I think about whether or not I'm going to call somebody, I really, it boils down to, do I feel an ultimate superiority over them or not? If I do, I
Yeah,
snap them off, right? If I don't feel
yeah,
like I'm ultimately superior, then it's a lot tougher of a question. So I get where he's coming from.
yeah. No doubt, no doubt. Doug needs to tighten up to bring this back, call with better hands, and fold more. Good stuff. It's that simple. Be sure to tweet at Doug because he needs all the help he can get in this challenge. Only up 600K. Like, it's tough times. Tough times. Could be up more. All right, enough trolling the trolls.
And someone's saying, imagine being in a spot where spending 3 months of your life studying one of your favorite games and only winning 300K from it is considered a negative outcome. I mean, it's not as simple as that. Like it's easy to say that, but he's obviously risking a lot, right? He's risking millions of dollars to play this challenge. And there was a time when we all loved this game. And I think most of us who have stopped have done it because we kind of burn out. It takes an unbelievable amount to stay at the very sort of top of your game. And you see Doug, he's playing sessions here, he's studying, he's playing other people on the side. Like he is doing this nonstop. And this was, if he wanted to be playing full-time poker, he would have kept on playing full-time poker. So it's a lot. It's a big undertaking. It is absolutely not something that's trivial in any way at all. And yeah, I mean, at a certain point, man, taking off like 4 months of your life to do something that maybe isn't your ultimate love anymore, when you have the ability to just kind of do whatever you want, there's a cost there. So yeah.
Flying Slotsman, yeah, he just said it takes over your life to be at the top. It's well put. Basically summarizes what sort of part of what Brian was just saying. It's a lot of work. He could have had a much more relaxed and perhaps even profitable but depending on what he spent the last few months doing, it's hard to say. On the left, we have a 3-bet from Daniel. Feels like a first 3-bet pot we've had in a bit. With Doug putting in a bet when checked to small bet.
I'm going to check. And
No,
Doug
no,
with has he used that size much? 3,600?
Yeah, when they're deeper, he uses the smaller
Deeper?
3-bet sizes. Yeah, so they're almost 175 blinds deep to start this hand or so. So he's going to go with the smaller size, as he has been doing the whole challenge, just an effort to control the pot size when the stacks get deeper. You kind of want pots to be smaller when you're out of position and deep, because that makes your opponent's positional advantage, which is magnified with deep stacks, it makes it less important because the pot's smaller. So they're winning more of a smaller pot. To put it away, I've put it before. So yeah, he's been doing that pretty consistently. It's interesting. Daniel actually started mirroring that. Like at first, Daniel was, I want to say he was using the same 3-bet size regardless, but he might have been making it bigger. I can't remember when they got deeper. I think he was making it bigger actually. And since the challenge has gone on, he's actually sort of converged with Doug, and now he's also, at least a few sessions ago, we haven't seen today because they haven't been deep, but Daniel also started making it smaller when they're deep. And I think a lot of solver findings support that strategy, at least in heads up. I also heard that it could be a thing in 6max as well, but I'm not as confident in that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting. If it's a thing in 6max, I'm especially surprised, because in heads up, I was thinking like, if you're making it small, they still have all these button opens that are garbage that have to fold even though it's small. But in 6max, someone opens the cutoff and you 3-bet smaller, like their whole range could potentially call if you make it small enough, because they open from the cutoff, so they fold like 70+% of hands pre-flop or so. Well, that 70+ is a little much, but something like that. And But from what I've heard, I had this discussion with some people in the Upswing Engage group, which is for the lab members, and I was discussing this whole concept of making it smaller out of position when deep, and the person wondered if it was a thing for 6-max, and then they went and ran some sims. What was his name? Keith Mason. Shout out to Keith Mason if you're watching. He ran some sims, and he got back to me because I was interested in knowing, and he said that it also added EV at 6-max, at least in the spots he ran it for in his sim parameters, so potentially also a thing in 6-max, which is pretty cool.
Guys, look at this upswing value being brought to you right now. These groups sound amazing. Hashtag not a shill. But no, seriously, I've heard nothing but great things. Always.
Yeah, Brian's not paid at all by Upswing, guys, so he just said nice things, so you know he means it. Nothing I've said I necessarily mean because I'm paid by Upswing, right? But Brian just lended credibility to it for the first time. I really needed it.
100% true on my end and not at all true on your end of needing it, but
oh my god, this guy in chat. Oh, this is epic. I'm just going to share this with all of you watching. So this guy in chat, I just scrolled up. He hasn't said anything in chat the whole time, or at least for a while. And then out of nowhere, Peter says, all caps, virginity. What goes through these people's minds sometimes? Like, what kind of a day are you having?
Attaboy, Peter.
You find your way to the Doug Polk stream on YouTube, and then you just type virginity in all caps. Oh, now he said, are you both millionaires in all caps? I have no idea what he thinks is going on. Shout out to Peter. Doing a great job in the chat.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to call it in 2 minutes here at 5:10 and prep for my next thing. But thank you so much for having me, man. Not again. There did end up being some exciting pots along the way. Not the big Doug win that I was hoping to see, but it was entertaining all the same.
You never know. Maybe you'll whenever you finish your engagement, you'll look down and get some good news that Doug fired back.
Yep, I check it. I check it every time. End of the day at Twitter, I go to his Twitter and see kind of what happened, even when I can't catch the stream. So, all right. Cool. Well, yeah, thanks so much for having me. Twitch chat.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Pleasure as always, guys. And I'm sure I'll be back again at some point. So
yeah, thanks for being here. Take care, Brian.
All right, see ya.
See you, man. All right, guys, it's just you and me. Your worst nightmare has occurred. Just me calling the cards for you. No former Heads Up Sit and Go legend on the mic alongside me. But that's okay, because we still got high stakes poker. All right. Looks like the cams are a little messed up, so just bear with us on that, guys. But it'll get fixed. It's our stream runner's job to fix that. I don't have access to the stream, so bear with us on that. But you're just gonna have to settle for my voice for now. Daniel pipping Doug there. Pair of fives, there's a pair of threes. Hello, darkness, my old friend indeed. Thank you, Mick Drunky. I have fallen to the darkness briefly, boys and girls. I always say and girls or and gals or whatever. And, I know there aren't many of you, but I appreciate you watching. The few of you who there are. I'm joined by Grimace of McDonald's fame today. Big get for the stream. King High dragging a pot on the right for Doug. I got to run that one back because that was a King High hero call from Doug on the river. Okay, so C-bet from Doug on the flop on Jack 10-6 is what happened there. Check on the ace turn, and then Daniel bet like 2/3 on the river. And Doug looked him up with King High. Nice call from Doug there. Mark Spanger says, Mike, rap for us. No, I refuse. Would not subject any of you to that. None of you deserve it, even those of you who have demonstrated some of the weakest chat I've ever had the displeasure of seeing. Some of you over on YouTube, especially today, have really, really been bad. You've been hid. No, don't worry. No one else can see what you're saying. The other good people who are watching aren't subjected to what you're saying anymore. You are shouting into the void. The truth says, who do you think manages the bigger stack between Doug or Daniel? Seems like when one table gets two stacks, things get interesting. I'm assuming you mean when they're deeper. You know, I'm obviously biased, so I tend to say Doug in a lot of these answers anyway. But, you know, so take that with a grain of salt. But generally speaking, since Doug is more experienced with heads up, I'm imagining that he's had more time to study the deep stack spots. Whereas Daniel sort of had to start from scratch when it came to heads up poker specifically. So, you know, he's not going to have quite as much time to study deep stack spots because he has to study more fundamental spots in addition to the deep stack spots. So for that reason, I would think Doug's a little better. But, you know, tough to say. Could be some sort of weird thing that gives Daniel the edge that is tough to quantify or realize is the case. Shout out to Andrew Kang. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Got a 7.5K butt from Doug on the right now. Did I say butt? It was a bet. This is a 3-bet pot where Daniel is the 3-better. On the flop, I'm trying to see for you guys what happened. I don't know who put in the bet on the flop. Someone put in a small bet on the flop. I'll tell you in a second. And then Daniel checked the turn and Doug bet. Now we've got 4 hearts on the river. Oh, so it was Daniel who bet the flop for 2K into 7K. Then he checked the turn and called a bet from Doug. And Daniel's going to drag that one with no flush on the 4-heart board. He's got a jack. David Davesby, you are incorrect about what type of music I like. Good guess. Not really, though. Country music is a bad guess. Pappy Van Winkle, 23. Doug found the bluff card and didn't pull the trigger. Assuming you're talking about the 4-heart board, that could be true, but it also could be that he just had showdown value. You know, he could have had a hand like pocket 9s or even a jack himself, you know, jack 10 plays the same way. And in that case, you know, clearly he's got to just take a showdown value with trips on the river. Though he's not going to be happy with 4 hearts. But you might be right. He might have given up with a bluff of some kind. Though knowing Doug, not incredibly likely. $19K in the middle on the left. Daniel overbet the turn here. 6,600 into 6K. I believe he check raised the flop. Yes, he did. He did check raise the flop and then overbet the turn. Queen River. It's pretty interesting. Doug's going to have more of the queens, I would imagine. Daniel's not going to be doing too much check raising on the flop with Queen X. Certainly some. If he has a hand like, you know, Queen Jack, could maybe check raise sometimes. For the most part, Doug is going to be the one who has the queen, being the better and then caller of the check raise on the flop. He goes for 12.9K on the river, about 2/3 of the pot. Daniel deep in the tank here. He does fold. Long tank from Daniel there to surrender the pot to Doug. Poker mate, hey Mike, if Doug was to win enough to buy a mansion, do you think he would call it the house Daniel built? I do not. I do not. A lot of speculation as to what Daniel folded in that hand, where he tank folded on that queen 4-3 king queen board. It's an interesting thought. He definitely could have had a hand just like a 4, because those sorts of hands, while counterintuitive to some, they actually do check raise the flop sometimes for protection, and sort of, it's kind of sweet. Like imagine check raising with like, say, 8-4, right? You have 8-4 on 8-4. Yeah, that works. 8-4 on queen 4-3, and the turn's an 8 or 4. Pretty clean, you know. It's 5 outs to hit a very, very strong hand. So those hands do check raise sometimes, and also it's just nice to actually just win the pot when your opponent folds to your check raise. You win, and there were a lot of overcards that could have come and either made your opponent the best hand or put you in a tough situation where you're not sure if you have the best hand. So taking the pot down on the flop with those types of hands makes sense, and you want it to happen. So he could have check raised with a hand like that, barreled it on the turn, then considered a hero call on the river in case Doug was bluffing with something like 5-6 for a missed straight draw. It's hard to say. Saw some people speculating ace king and things like that. That's not possible because Daniel didn't 3-bet preflop. We did see him flat ace king early in the challenge to an open, but unlikely he's still doing that. We haven't seen anything unorthodox like that in a long time. Linda from Canada says the top host is better at PLO than the bottom host. I do not doubt it. I'm not that good at PLO. If Grimace of McDonald's is better than me, very possible. Can't rule it out. Haven't played him. Three bet from Doug on the right. As Brian and I were talking about before he left a moment ago, Doug uses that smaller 3-bet size when they're deeper. So they're 150 blinds or so deep here, so he goes a little smaller. If they were 100 blinds deep, he would have went closer to 4K. Ooh, that's a good question from Warren. Great question. I will ask him. I think I'm going to ask him. I have to think about that one if I want to, because that's kind of putting him on the spot, but we'll see. 3-bet from Daniel on the right. Apachu, do we know who is in Daniel's team? I only know of one person. Their name is MJ Gonzalez, I think. Known as like MJ Poker or something like that. I've never heard of him outside of this challenge, so I can't give you any more information besides that, but that's the name I've heard attached to Daniel's team. Nutlow JD says I'm nicer when I don't have a co-host, nicer to chat. Part of that is because when I have a co-host, the chat tends to be more unruly. Whereas when I'm alone, I'm focusing on poker exclusively, so then you guys tend to focus on poker exclusively, so there's less dumb stuff from the chat to make fun of. I'd be happy to make fun of some stuff from the chat. I just have to go over to YouTube. But no, I'm even looking now. What they're saying right now is a lot more reasonable. Dog, if you were in my position, trust me, you would be making fun of some of these people. It's more about what they're saying than what I'm saying, trust me. COVID guys taking this as a challenge. Bring it on, bro. You know, you have too much of a heart of gold to do anything about it. Alex Dad 1982 asked, "Do you think that GG is now bigger than PokerStars at the moment?" I don't know for sure, but there's a website that has all that information for you. If you've never heard of it, and if any of you have never heard of it, Poker Scout is a fantastic website. Keeps track of the traffic, average players online, average cash game players, I think too, of every poker site, and it ranks them. Everything from GG Poker, international sites like that, to stuff like PokerStars Pennsylvania is on there. So if you're ever curious how a poker site is doing or how big a poker site is, go check out Poker Scout. They're really good. Brett2907 says, "Just ignore the negative people. It's like paying attention to a naughty kid." I agree. And I definitely try to give the positive comments more attention generally. But sometimes they just set a volleyball so perfectly for a spike, you know? It's kind of like when people quote retweet on Twitter, if you're familiar, and they'll pick like a crazy person who said something to quote retweet, and it's something known as like nut picking, similar to cherry picking. So, you know, it's kind of fun to nut pick in these situations, is what I'm getting at, where someone says something so insane, I just feel like bringing it up because, like, look what this person is like typing into a chat right now. Like, I just have to share it with you guys sometimes. But yeah, I would rather focus on the positivity. Most of you are positive. Just some of you just deserve the troll. Peter R still at it with his same stuff before. $13.6K in the middle now. $9.1K from Doug on this river. So this is just a triple barrel from Doug, but he overbet the turn. So that's why the pot is so big. 9K into 13.6. On the right, we have a 3-bet pot that has just checked down. Doug with the boat getting paid off. Nice pot going to Doug. I've not seen many of those go his way today, but that one does. He cuts into Daniel's profit for the day, takes about 10% of it back in that pot. And now Doug putting in the pot size bet after the pot checked down on the right. So once again, this is just Daniel 3-betting and then checking down from there. Jim M on YouTube says, "We here in the YouTube streets like to take an extremely small sample size and extrapolate it to absurdity, then make suggestions based on our confidence and little else." That's true. They do like to do that in the YouTube streets. To be honest, man, they like to do that everywhere. In the poker world, they like to do that. I think I read more poker comments than most people by quite a bit. Just because, you know, I'm sort of the de facto editor for Upswing Poker, and I even check the support emails sometimes with the ones that are about strategy or course feedback specifically. So I see a lot of opinions about poker on Instagram, Facebook, under our articles, everything. And people really like to extrapolate insane things based on small samples. But to be perfectly frank, that's why poker will always be a profitable endeavor if you know what you're doing. There's always going to be people who are extremely confident Even if their results don't match up with their confidence, they'll just think it's very easy in poker to just look at your results and be like, oh, I'm really good. I'm just unlucky. So a lot of people do that. Even losing players can have confidence for that reason, because they can just say, oh, well, I'm just unlucky. I run bad. If I ran good, I'd be a professional right now. A lot of people, believe it or not, a lot of people think that way. That's what leads to a lot of those silly confident comments that you see. Anyway, value bet from Doug on the right gets through. DJ Taylor Made says, take a drink every time Mike says pot. Ooh, man, watching a poker stream, you're going to have to do that a lot. Take a lot of shots when someone says pot. Very relevant word in poker. Relive, you asked, Doug's check raising on the right. Really quickly, Relive, you asked, is there a line on how much you can overbet for value on the river, in your opinion? That's a very broad question. Of course there's a line, but I think your follow-up question will be, what is the line? If you want to know the answer, go ahead and go to Upswing Poker, go on the blog and search for river overbetting. We have at least one article called like River Overbetting Explained. There might be other articles about river overbetting. Just go check those out. That'll kind of cover the fundamentals of river overbetting. Shikes328 says, this won't go longer than 1 more hour, I guarantee it. 13K in the middle on the right, by the way. Ooh, nice overbet from Daniel. 20K into 13. Doug wins a nice pot on the left. That boat on the trips board. See what happens in this pot, then I'll ask you the question I was about to ask. Doug's got to call 20 to win 33.5. Not the greatest pot odds. He does fold. So Shike said, this won't go longer than 1 more hour. So that begs the question, guys. How much longer do you think this session's going to go? The guys have already been playing. The guys being Doug and Daniel have already been playing for 3 hours. How much longer are they going to play? 30 minutes, hour? What do you think? The Streets asks, do you think you could learn how to play poker just from the Upswing blog? Some pretty good material there. It depends where you're coming from. The problem with that kind of thing, just being thrown into a well of a bunch of content, or a sea of a bunch of content like that. A lot of training sites are like that too, where you sign up and there's just like 1,000 videos. The difficulty with that is it's really difficult to reconcile the information, because it doesn't tell necessarily, when you have all those different pieces of content, doesn't necessarily tell the most consistent story. Like even on Upswing, in our articles, we have different people writing them, and different strategies can be right in the same spot, depending on how you build your range. So you might find, even if it's not conflicting information, it's like just stuff that if you aren't already a pretty seasoned player, it's just going to be tough to sort of reconcile the information you learn with what you already know, or other information you learn. So that's what's kind of difficult with that. That's kind of why we make courses at Upswing. We make the articles to sort of supplement the most basic parts of your game, or like just specific parts of your game. 3-bet pot on the right with Doug C betting. But in a way, those articles are mainly to gain your guys' trust, to show you guys that we know what we're talking about. We know we can teach you about concepts. And then if you want a congruent learning experience for poker and to get better at poker that way, then we have our courses. So that's sort of how Upswing is structured. As I was saying earlier, we have sort of levels for everything. If you want to just invest no money, just your time, we have articles. If you want to invest $7 and learn the basics, we have a mini course for that. And then it continues to step up like that. So if you want to learn poker, I obviously highly suggest Upswing Poker. Go check it out. We've worked hard on it for years, and we're not going to stop. 3-bet on the left from Daniel. Oh, Nico grabbed that overbet article, so I'm going to drop that in YouTube chat. Whoever was asking about that, I just dropped it. $2,900 bet from Daniel on the right here. And a 3-bet from Doug on the left. Ooh, a raise from Doug on the right. Quick call from Daniel with the flush. Trip 5s for Doug, so he was raising for value, but Daniel's got a flush. Unsuccessful value raise. Thomas Anderson says, Mike Brady, I would add that the articles are fun to read if you are just a fan of poker and a fun player. That's great to hear, man. I'm glad you feel that way. Certainly the hand analysis articles at the least, right? Where we're just kind of recapping and analyzing an interesting hand. Those are, of course, super entertaining regardless of, how seriously you take poker. But if you're finding entertainment value even in articles about like 3-bet pots versus single raise pots or more, if you will, boring topics like that, then that's great to hear. Daniel's gonna sort of pip Doug there, pair versus pair. Could have probably value bet the river there for Daniel, but he did not opt to do it. He checked back the turn and the river with ace-10 on queen-queen-10, 7-2. Seems like a hand worth a value bet, but we have seen a lot of sort of tighter checking from Daniel in those spots, sort of passive play. Potentially because, Doug is a very aggressive player when it comes to pulling the trigger on like river bluffs and things of that nature. So perhaps Daniel is sort of protecting himself, not and avoiding tough spots by checking rather than betting in those thin spots. Nicholas Mulinek says, is there a way to hide the chat in landscape mode? I'm pretty sure there is, man. I think there's like a bubble button or something you can hit. I'm not sure, though. Chat bubble, that is. Daniel raising versus this turn probe from Doug. Probe being when you bet into the preflop aggressor who had the opportunity to c-bet on a prior street and did not. Nice value raise from Daniel there. Raises the top pair on the turn, checks back the river. With the queen, gets max value from Doug's pair and open-ender. Yeah, for those wondering why Grimace is my co-host here, sort of an inside joke from Monday's stream, but right off the bat on Monday's stream, my co-host Gazzy B, Gary Blackwood, had some webcam issues. It was something regarding, or something having to do with his graphics card, and it caused his webcam to be insanely purple. Like it was just extremely purple. So unbearably purple, really. And he did fix it out. He did figure it out like maybe 15 minutes into the stream. But for the first 15 minutes, he was outrageously purple. It was downright distracting. And when it got really bad, our stream runner replaced him with Grimace just as a joke. So I assume our stream runner just sort of had that one on hand, and that's why he threw that up. Plus, I'm just glad to be joined by McDonald's legend, you know? An honor. Three-bet pot on the left. Daniel opts to check the Jack 10-8. John Vadia asks, who came up with the 25 can as the mark and no blind increase? This is a totally different game. Totally different game compared to what, I wonder? But I assume you're thinking of it as like a tournament or a sit and go where the blinds go up. That's not what this is, man. This is a heads up cash game challenge. It's not about someone getting, going to 0 or whatever. It's just cash games. Just like when you go play 2-5 or 1-3 in your casino and you leave when you want. That's what they're doing here. It's just a 25K hand challenge of it. And it's one-on-one instead of 9-handed like you probably play. $13K in the middle now on this left-hand table. A lot of stuff getting there by the river here. Daniel just check called the flop here, and then the turn went check, check. Now Daniel checks again on the river. Ooh, he's got the nut straight. Of course, not the overall nuts with the flush possible, but the nut straight. He's likely going for a check raise on that river for value, but he will have to settle for the 34 blind pot that he won. Derek Corey said, I am really amazed at the lack of showdowns I've seen. Is this standard for heads up nosebleeds? I would say it's pretty standard for heads up in general to not have that many showdowns. At each street, the whoever's the aggressor, the other person's going to fold at some frequency. So you add all this, you don't add them together. It's not that simple, but you combine all those different frequencies, the amount that each player folds pre-flop, the amount that each player folds on the flop on average, the amount each player folds on the turn on average, and as well as the river. By the time you do that math, all of a sudden you're only getting to showdown a fraction of the time. Counterfeited 2-pair for Doug. Well, actually, it was never real 2-pair. It was born counterfeited there. Drags it 6-2. Double barrel from Doug on the right. 2/3 pot after baiting the flop. Let's see if he decides to put in the third barrel here. Trip, 5s for Doug. Gets 3 streets of value. He drags a 15K pot. Swifty220, interesting question. What percentage of poker players who play more than 100 hours a year are winning players overall? I assume you mean in EV, not in results, which is the more interesting question. I wonder the same, actually. What do you guys think, chat? What percentage of poker players who play over 100 hours a year are winning players in EV? I have a guess, but it's so hard to say. Ooh, big 4-bet from Doug on the left here, making it 12.3K over 4K. See if Daniel decides to put in the 5-bet shove or call. He does call. So we have a 4-bet pot. Doug goes for the about 5th pot size here on the flop. A lot of people saying, oh, raise from Daniel. A lot of people saying 100 hours is nothing, which I agree, but it does sort of filter out all of the really casual players, which I think is the important part of the question. Daniel's small check raise is called by Doug. We get the 2 of spades on the turn, quite a brick. You would not imagine either player has a 2 very often. Maybe once in a blue moon, Daniel has ace-2 suited. Just 2 combos of that left. Maybe Doug can have that, but probably not. So probably an irrelevant card. Daniel does check over to Doug, who has just about 1 pot size bet left behind. Another 4 bet on the right from Doug. A couple big pots brewing. 13K from Doug on the left. Daniel's all in on the right. Doug, quick call. Ace, king versus queens. We have a big flip. Queen, ace on the flop for Daniel. Doug's going to need to help. And it's going to chop. That's fine results once you see the ace on the flop. Chop that one up. Let's see what Daniel decides to do on the left. Really interesting spot here. Check raising the flop, now checking. Daniel could have a hand like king, jack, king, queen, raising the flop kind of for value. I mean, it is for value, especially when you raise small. Does get through, so Doug's going to drag a nice pot there. That's 46K going his way. So if I had to guess for that question, 100 hours, what percentage of people who play that much a year are winners? I would say it's around 10 to 15%, approximately. I think the 100 hours really is key. It doesn't sound like much because, you know, it's 8 hours a month, but that really does filter out like the really casuals who just play a handful times per year, maybe play up at maybe 50 hours at the most. And then you only have serious players, sort of, or, you know, somewhat serious players, someone who plays more than an average of 8 hours a month. Which, you know, that's a substantial hobby if you're putting more than 8 hours a month into it. M. Vieira says, why not ask the percentage of chat that's winning? That is a good question. What percentage of the chatters do you think wins? And please answer like this. Answer, and I'm talking to both Twitch and YouTube when I say this, answer for both Twitch and YouTube. So what percentage of the Twitch chat do you think is a winning poker player? What percentage of the YouTube chat do you think is a winning poker player? Put your answers for both. Shikes328 says 8 hours a month is literally nothing. That is, believe it or not an incorrect use of the word literally. But it should be, because it's not literally nothing. But words don't mean anything. It's 2020. 2021, they really don't mean anything. $1,400 people in Twitch chat, Eric K. Wide variety of answers on what percentage are winners. One person said 60% Twitch. That is optimistic. I do think a lot of serious players watch Twitch. Like I know a lot of people will, like, you know, while they play like a Sunday session of tournaments or even cash games, they'll flick on whoever's on Twitch. So those people are likely winning, and they kind of just have Twitch on as the background. So that definitely does help Twitch, but I don't think it's above 50%. No way. 3-bet pot on the left. Daniel is betting 2/3. Excuse me. Call from Doug. 4 of hearts on the turn. Does complete 5, 6, and ace 5. About 9k in the middle on the right. I believe this is just Daniel triple barreling if he chooses to bet again on the river on the right. And then on the left, again, this is just Daniel double barreling in a 3-bet pot. Call from Doug. We've got a big pot. 40k in the middle, 5 on the river. Now an ace is a straight. Overbet from Daniel on the right. A lot of aggression from Daniel. Her quick call from Doug. Daniel's got the running 6s for trips. Nice value bet for him, dragging a 35k pot. Always nice to get that run out. You don't hit the flush, but you hit the trips. Tough to do. Ace 5 for Daniel. He does have that turn straight. He drags that one as well. Nice couple seconds for Daniel there. One about a buy-in in those 2 pots combined. Erases the progress Doug has made in the last 20 minutes or so. 20, 30 minutes. He had mounted a small comeback, putting about a 25% dent in what Daniel was up today, but now right back to where he was. Roughly the valley of the day at minus 160k for Doug. 3-bet pot on the right now. Daniel checks over to Doug. Shikes328 says, how does D-Negs always end up with a straight or a flush in these substantial pots? You know, sometimes that's how poker goes. Sometimes your opponent, or you, tends to just have it. You've probably had those sessions where you just feel really good about, or rather, you just kind of can't go wrong, keep hitting everything. Those are the sessions that make you say, wow, this poker thing is really easy. Speaking of having it in the substantial pots, there's Daniel with ace-queen on the right, dragging 18k, top pair, top kicker. Interesting check to Doug on the flop from Daniel there. I would expect the hand that Daniel had to bet every time, basically. Ace of hearts, queen, top pair with a backdoor flush draw. It's a hand that really is happy to build the pot. But perhaps he's just deciding to mix in checks at some frequency. Hard to say. Kerry Winter says, I think we've learned at this point he's pretty trappy. Yes, he is. The interesting thing about Daniel's traps, though, is sometimes he traps with a hand that isn't good enough to check raise, essentially. So he's really saying, like, I think Doug is going to bluff more than he calls my bet because it's not a hand that's strong enough to check raise. If it's a hand that's strong enough to check raise, it of course makes sense to trap because you get to hope Doug bets, take advantage of his bluffs and his value bets, and then you get to raise and go for the max. Those types of hands usually aren't the ones you want to trap. You usually want to trap with hands that are a little weaker, so they're good bluff catchers, like, for example, maybe a queen 9 in that spot that Daniel was in. You know, still more than good enough to catch Doug's bluffs, but still not good enough to check raise. Or better hands, which are able to check raise. That's typically how it goes. Not always, though. Certainly makes sense to still check those like a hand like ace queen in that one pot that Daniel just played. For those who don't know, when Daniel types ... in the chat twice, that means it's GG. But he didn't, and he's sitting back in, so we're still going. Easy Rider asks a question that we get, really a relentless question. Is Doug actually outplaying Daniel that much, or is he running better through all the sessions so far? It's so tough to say, man. Like, it would just be speculation either way. I'm going to try not to harp on who's running better too much. It's just, what are we even talking about, you know? If you want to, I'll give one answer real quick, and I might even add this to the FAQ just so it can be asked a little bit less often, and we can have it sort of documented for you guys. But Doug's expected win rate in this is between 10 and 15 big blinds per 100 approximately. Now, you know, that's just speculation, but that's sort of what a lot of people agree on, 10 to 15 big blinds. And so far in this match, he's winning at about 10. So he's running about where you'd expect him to overall. That's really the only thing that you could do that factors in everything is just to look at what the expected win rate is compared to what the actual win rate is. And then that's how you can sort of decide. The thing is, the expected win rate is nothing but speculation. So even that is not a particularly useful discussion. So that's kind of why we don't want to harp on who's like running better. We do know that Daniel's running worse than the all-ins by about, to the tune of about 300K. But yeah. Alex Dad 1982, where did I get that expected value for win rate? On Mike McDonald's PokerShares site, the win rate, you could extrapolate the win rate that he was assuming based on the odds of how much, the over-under for how much Doug would win. And that was 8 BB per 100. You would imagine that Mike McDonald is giving himself a little room for sort of the juice. So it's a little higher. And then beyond that, so that's one person really putting his money where his mouth is. And then also it's just sort of the general speculation among people who are familiar with win rates. You know, we had Brian Pellegrino on earlier in this stream. We were talking about win rates. That's around what he expected too, 10 to 15 big blinds. If you ask a lot of people on Twitter, they're going to, or, you know, look up what people think on Twitter who have shared it, they're going to say around 10 to 15 big blinds. So it's just a general consensus. But again, it's pure speculation on everyone's part. Granted, it's a very educated guess on a lot of people's cases, but it's still speculation. 11.5K in the middle on the right, and Daniel's going for a full pot on the river. Doug's all in for 34K. Daniel does fold. COVID guy says, would either agree to double blinds and min stack for the last 1K hands? You would imagine not, because in the last 1K hands, one of the players will be up money, right? For sure. One of the players will be up, whether it's Doug or Daniel. And there's a lot of side bets on this match, not between the players, but they have side bets with other people. So by upping the stakes, that hurts the winning player's EV, the player who's winning, because that cuts their lead to fewer big blinds. So for example, if Doug were to just double the stakes right now to 200, 400, all of the sudden, his somewhat, you know, not super comfortable, but somewhat comfortable 15 buy-in lead that he currently holds shrinks to just 7.5 buy-ins. So now all of a sudden, we're only talking, it's really just going to take one, maybe two good sessions for Daniel to come back when it's only 7.5 buy-ins. So that makes the side bets that Doug has made lower EV. And not only that, Doug's friends and just people that Doug doesn't know have bet on Doug. A lot of people have showed confidence in Doug. Doug's not just going to betray that to increase the stakes at the end of the challenge. And it goes the other way too. If Daniel's up, say 200K with 1,000 hands left, he's not going to want to up the stakes because doing so would reduce the EV of his side bet. So it's just not something that makes any sense during this 25K challenge. Maybe they extend it after or something, who knows? But during this 25K hands, they're going to be at 200, 400. Count on it. Doug getting picked off on the left with his missed open-ender. Daniel with that turn top pair. Matt Chu says, what's the biggest side bet you heard of? Bill Perkins has like $1 million to win 4 million or something. So that's pretty big. Jay Farber brought that up in the chat earlier. Shout out to Jay Farber if you're still here. 3-bet gets through on the left for Doug, and I believe he got a C-bet through on the right. Or not a C-bet, sorry, but he won a 3-bet sized pot, but it wasn't a 3-bet pot. Unless it was. Oh, no, yeah. So Daniel check raised the flop on the right and then gave up from there. Nice, how do you say your name, man? Nice Linen? Nice Linem? How did he become a zillionaire? Talking about Bill Perkins. He's an energy trader. So energy, etc. Easy Rider. This is pretty ballsy by both players wagering this kind of challenge. Props to both of them. I agree. I think a lot of people who, including myself to a degree, who for one reason or another, weren't particularly happy with Negreanu over the last few years, gained a lot of respect for him for taking this challenge and taking it seriously and, you know, putting up a fight. It's good stuff. No matter what you think about his public persona or any of the PokerStars support from back in the day, that was kind of sketch. It's cool to see him battling. Pot size bet from Doug on the river on the right. Gets through. Big pot size bet too. It was a 21K pot. Nice Linem. Nice Linem. I got you. I got your name. Brukernaven asks, has Daniel been the one to call it quits every session? Yes, sir. Doug has yet to be the one to sit out. Call it a sesh. Daniel winning that pot on the left with the 7 that he turned. Nice little pot for him. By the way, guys, I am not going to be here with you for Friday's session, but that is the next session, Friday at 2:30 Pacific time, 22:30 GMT. We're going to have Gazzy B and someone to be determined commentating with Gazzy. Not sure who we're going to get yet. But that should be a good one. Gazzy does a great job calling the action. And you might not even be purple this time, so that's pretty cool. El Nino 5550 says, I feel like we should not be giving D-Negs a pass, though, for his past PokerStars and support and such, just because he's shipping Doug 7 figures. I'm not saying we should give him a pass on that stuff. I'm just saying he's gained some respect. That stuff is it's in the past, but you know, it can't be changed. Can't really be made up for at this point. So, you know, just in the books. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, you could just Google PokerStars Supernova Elite scandal. You'll learn all about it. We've talked about it extensively on this stream, so I don't want to bore those of you who already are familiar. 3-bet from Daniel on the right gets called. King, king, 9. He checks. Random guy 1017 asks, roughly how many hands so far today? It's hard to say, man. It's been 3.5 hours of play. They play about 150 to 200 hands per hour, probably on the lower end of that. So, you can do the math. Bet from Doug on the right gets called. Small one, though. Ranges are still pretty wide. Check on the turn. 4 to a straight flush now. Daniel goes for a 7K bet on the river with 7 high. Doug quickly looking him up with the 4s with the spade. Nice call from Doug there. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm yawning. I guess there aren't enough big pots to keep me satisfied, huh? New episode of High Stakes Poker today, too, huh, guys? That's fun. It's nice that Wednesday Wednesday has this added little bonus now with the High Stakes Poker episodes on PokerGo. For those who don't know, and I hate to break it to you, you cannot watch it without a PokerGo subscription, so you're going to have to pony up $10 to watch it, though you might want to wait until the whole season is out, so then you could just pay $10 and maybe binge them all. Seems like a good strategy. I have a subscription anyway, because we use PokerGo to watch hands to analyze for the Upswing blog quite a bit, so I have it anyway, so I'm watching it. It's been fine, though. Not quite as good as... not even close to as good as the old school high stakes poker, but they're trying. It's nice to see high stakes poker live being played, given the state of the world right now. Work123 asks, is Doug going to be in episodes 6 through 10 or 11 through 15? He might only be in 1 or 2 episodes because he was only in his session. So for those who don't know, Doug did play high stakes poker this season that's currently airing, but his episodes haven't aired yet. On the right, Doug looking up Daniel with the ace high there. Small pot going his way. Oh, PJ Harvey's correcting me. You actually have to pay for a quarter for PokerGo now. So I guess wait and then pay for the quarter. What was I just saying? Oh, so what episodes are Doug in? He is probably only in 1 or 2 episodes because he left at dinner break of his session. So it might only be 1. He plays 1 very fun hand though, so definitely check that out. Once it's up, it'll probably be all over YouTube and Twitter and stuff like that. It's the perfect hand for PokerGo to clip and to market with. So I imagine it'll be pretty public hand, but I won't spoil you guys. They did annoyingly. I don't know why they did this. They streamed this high stakes poker season live in Asia. I don't remember which Asian country, so forgive me for being not more specific than Asia. But somewhere in Asia, they streamed live the high stakes poker season that's currently happening. So they just got all the hands already. And I guess maybe they're even still online somewhere if you want to watch it in Chinese or whatever language it's in. Mandarin, rather. And they waited and are just showing the edited episodes here in America and, wherever else. It's not in the Asian market. So that's pretty weird to sort of keep it under wraps, but then show a good chunk of the world the hands ahead of time. Interesting. But in any case, that spoiled a lot of people to some certain hands. That's kind of the shitty part of it. Bit of a lull in the action, as you can see. Elusive Panda asks, how many sessions has Doug lost in a row? Let's see. If he lost this one, this will be the third in a row. But his last two losses were quite small. They combined for less than 2 buy-ins. So this win, if Negreanu holds this size of a win, or roughly the size of a win, it would dwarf both of his other wins combined. So the other 2 wins were like relatively small. This is a chunky win. These like 3 buy-in wins, that's sort of, I feel like, the threshold for maybe even 2.5 buy-ins. That 100K mark is a nice psychological, you know, I won a lot this session kind of a thing. 9K pot going Doug's way on the left with that turned jack. X, I can't be stopped, asks, is Doug washed up? Yeah, man. I mean, look, he's down 145K. What other answer is there? Why else would he be down 145K unless he was washed up? Still would love some questions from you guys to ask Doug at the end of the session. As always, he's going to be joining me, just me this time, for a chat at the end of the session, just to kind of talk about the hands that he played, whatever he's willing to share regarding his strategy, and then whatever you guys want to ask about that, assuming you have a good question, because we get some, if it's something that's been asked many times before, I'm not going to ask. If it's something that doesn't really seem appropriate for the stream or doesn't seem, honestly, to be frank, that interesting, I'm not going to ask those either. But take a shot. Drop your question in the chat. Worst case scenario, it gets ignored. Best case scenario, I'm asking Doug the question and you're getting an answer. Okay, I'm correct. I'm corrected again on the PokerGo price. Sorry, I'm not familiar with PokerGo's pricing structure, guys, but they do allow monthly. It's just $15 now instead of 10, and the quarterly is also an option. So there you go, PokerGo. It's a thing. Did I miss a hero call from Doug? Someone said see Doug's call. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Hunter Willis, what does a post-session strategy session look like? What's involved? That's a great question, but we have actually asked that one before. I suggest, if this interests you, nice call from Doug on the left with ace queen high. If this interests you, I mean, there's Doug interviews at the end of almost every stream that we've done, barring there was one in the middle that we missed, and then a few of the first ones he didn't join us. But there's like a good 7-8 hours, maybe more, of Doug interview content if you just skip to the end of all the streams that we've done. So, you know, if you want answers to questions like that, what's Doug's study routine, because that's one we've asked, then go check out those streams. I wish I could point you to a specific stream with that answer, but unfortunately I don't know it. So the next best thing is just, you know, treat it like a 7-hour-long podcast with Doug, basically, with a bunch of with a bunch of pauses in between where you have to skip to the end of another video. Great question from Nishant Casual. Forgive me if I butchered your name. It's a cool name, actually. He asked, what's the biggest strategy update that Doug has learned since sort of reapproaching poker with solvers? Jeff Compton asked, will he ever do a live session showing his cards again? If you mean in this set challenge, no. I asked him that at the end of the session on Monday, and he said no, he will not be doing it again. It was too tough for him to keep up with the action, play his best, and avoid showing his cards, which showing your cards to an opponent you're playing over 25,000 hands, it's very valuable for them to get to see exactly how you're playing certain spots that otherwise wouldn't go to showdown. Anyway, 37K in the middle on the left. Big pot brewing. So this is a 3-bet pot where Daniel check called the flop, I believe. I'm double checking that for you guys. But Daniel now checks the river. Very, very wet board. 4 to a straight. 3 to another straight. 3 to a flush. So Doug bet half pot when checks 2 on this flop. And I think he might have bet the turn as well. And now he's dragging. Daniel's going to drag that pot with the rivered straight. More than likely needed that 9 to take the lead. If Doug opts to not bet the river, he more than likely had a hand with showdown value. Lazily happy. Question for you, Mike. Do poker pros use solvers while playing? If you mean traditional solvers, such as like a PO solver, not really. It's not really feasible to run a solve in the middle of a hand. If you're talking about something much more sinister, which is real-time assistance, which is, fancy word for cheating, using some sort of tool that tells you what plays to make, it's probably not super widespread, but potentially a thing. Definitely something that poker sites have to worry about and have security departments, basically arms of security departments, I should say, dedicated to catching people who are playing a little too much like a machine would and trying to ban those people, find them, ban them, etc. That's one reason why it's so much better, generally speaking, to play on a big site that has, the funds for a security department. When you play on things like those apps, there's a lot of apps that people play on these days that are kind of informal poker sites. Those don't have any sort of security. So while it's not necessarily true that you're facing bots or real-time assistance players who are cheating, you might be, because there's not as much of a cat and mouse game going on those sites to catch those people. Whereas on poker sites like Stars or GG Poker or Poker King, they have departments dedicated essentially to finding people who are trying to cheat or trying to use tools while playing that they're not allowed to use. So yeah, that's kind of another one of the big benefits of playing on a bigger site. Paparino says, can you please stop promoting? I wasn't promoting, but that reminds me, upswingpoker.com. If you want to improve your poker skills, take them to the next level, go check out Upswing Poker. A lot of great players making amazing content on that site. We put a lot of work into it. If you want to improve your skills, go check it out. 11.2K in the middle on the right. Doug puts in a second barrel. Gets the job done. Math Chew, how could they get caught using these tools? That's a great question. So basically, and this is just one way they would get caught, people would, yeah, as DJ Nexus just said in chat, it's essential. The short answer, playing too perfectly, or perfectly might not even be the right word. It's playing too much like a bot. Like they'll essentially be able to look at players' stats and compare them to how like a real-time assistant software would play, and then they like, this player seems like they're playing maybe a little too much like a robot. So then what they often do is they reach out to the player and they say, hey, we need you to play a session of poker on our site with a camera on you, 360-degree camera that shows the whole room, so we know that no one's giving you assistance of any kind, and it's really you playing. Then they compare the stats and how you played in that session to all of the other sessions that raised their suspicions. So it's a big operation. As you could tell, there's a lot of moving parts in this kind of thing, and that's why poker sites have to work so hard, because it's a big cat and mouse game basically. But they do clamp down on people. You see even sites like ACR, which aren't particularly known for having hardened security departments, even they occasionally sometimes ban bots or RTA people that they find out about. Benny Back says, when do you think online sites will be legal in more states? That's a great question. Unfortunately, it's not an answer I have. I could speculate for you. Maybe a few states are, I would imagine a few states are going to keep trickling in and adding poker to their sort of repertoire. I mean, we already have Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Nevada, and is it Maryland or Delaware? For some reason, I always mix them up in this with regard to poker sites, but one of them has it. So it's 4 states right now. I think maybe a 5th one has legalized it, but they don't have sites yet or something. So it's just a slow trickling. And, you'd imagine there are certain states that are never going to pass it. Take an Arkansas. I doubt Arkansas is ever going to have legalized online poker. California, maybe it will, but there's a lot of moving parts with the Native American casinos that want a piece of the pie as well. They want to be able to have sites. PokerStars wants to be able to have a piece of the pie. So there's actually some like infighting among the potential poker sites. So there's a lot of obstacles. It's a very annoying thing. If you want to kind of keep up with what's happening in your specific state, you can probably just Google search like online poker legalize or online poker legal state. So online poker legal Michigan, for example, and you could just hear the gist of what's been happening. Chop pot on the right, Doug going for the thin value but with ace high, Daniel same ace high calls. Yeah, there's a bunch of sites that are dedicated to writing up about the legalization of poker in America, so, or at least cover it extensively. So if you Google, you'll find some information about your state. It's Delaware, people are saying. Thank you. I don't know why I always mix them up when it comes to the poker sites. It's weird. Red Shoe Cat with a comment. I'm going to read it in the way I assume he sounds just based on how he talks. Mike, why are you even looking at YouTube? Why are you like a YouTube hater? I am, dude. I'm looking at it sometimes, okay? Let me know how my impression was, by the way. Two pair for Doug on the left. Gets the value bet. Three bet from Daniel on the left. Call from Doug. Brooker Nav on YouTube with a. I'm just gonna put a cap on the poker cheater thing with this because this is a great analogy. Catching people using tools while playing poker could be just like how they catch chess cheaters. They analyze games and see if they play like a bot, consistently making moves that don't make sense to even the best humans. That's exactly right. It's very similar in poker. Two pair versus top pair on the right, though not the river made it not top pair, but flop top pair for Daniel. 12K in the middle on the left. This is a 3-bet pot. 1-bet win in on the flop. Just going to double check how that went in. Okay, so Daniel 3-bet and then check called the flop. Check, check on the turn. Doug's range is going to be pretty wide when he bets small on the flop. Like he's going to be able to do that with a 6, an 8, or a 10. As well as some bluffs, of course. Daniel checks. Doug puts in the 8.2K bet. Thank you, Zachary Toll. Appreciate the kind words. I do my best. Keep it fun for you guys. Talk about relevant stuff. In some ways, it's easier to go to do commentary alone because there's no one else to, I don't want to say worry about, but that's the only thing that's coming to mind. No one else to bounce off of. I could just, see what you guys are saying, look at the cards. That's all I have to worry about. Overbet from Doug on the right. Interesting on this 4 flush board. The furrowing of my brow is not because I think the play is unorthodox, just because it was surprising to me. I don't think I've seen that before. Nice value bet from Doug on the left on the 4 straight board. Getting a nice 28K pot with that ace-8. The Pooh on YouTube is asking me about Bitcoin and crypto. I don't want to go too far into that, especially because we talked about it earlier. But if you are so interested in my answer that you'll follow up elsewhere, feel free to tweet at me. I'm at mbradycf. And if any of you else have questions that might not be appropriate for me to answer on stream because, thousands of people are watching, I'm not just going to talk about myself for 10 minutes. Go ahead and tweet at me at mbradycf. Or if you just want to follow me, see what's up. Overbet from Doug on the left. Just an overbet C-bet. Doug with a little bit of a comeback here. Just down 125K now. Was down about 170 at his Valley today. On the right, he's winning a nice pot. It really is interesting in Heads Up. Interesting isn't really the right word, but it's fun. That's kind of a fun thing about Heads Up, that you get to... Man, really stumbling over my words here with this thought, but the way fortunes can shift so quickly. I mean, just not long ago, it felt like Daniel was winning every single pot, and now it seems like Doug is kind of doing that himself, and that's how he's come back about 50K. And that's kind of just how Heads Up Poker is. It's easy to get lost in like, oh, Daniel's up this much and he's won all the pots today. Doug sucks. Doug's playing bad. Doug's bluffing too much. Blah, 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 blah. And it's easy to do the other side when it's Daniel losing. Oh, Daniel's bad. Why did he even take this challenge? What an idiot. But it's just not that simple. A lot of times, it's just which cards you get. Eric Skubish asked me to use the whiny voice again. Maybe if someone in chat asks another question of that nature, I'd be happy to. But I'm going to be able to sniff it out if you guys try to fake me out. If you guys just say something to try to get me to do the nerdy voice, I'm going to know that it's fake. I can tell when someone is being earnest, I think, generally speaking. But power to you if you trick me. I'm very happy to be proven wrong here and get tricked. Crypto Logic now. Mike, I'm not a Heads Up player, but I'd imagine there's a bunch more leveling going on in high stakes. Yes or no due to GTO? Not really, man. A bit more, maybe. A bit more metagame stuff. But a lot of it is still people trying to play roughly at equilibrium and then making either sweeping adjustments based on how people generally play or adjustments based on how their specific opponent plays. But a lot, basically all the top players try to play it, or at least, I guess try to play at equilibrium is not wrong. It's close to wrong because they don't exactly try to play at equilibrium, but something like equilibrium, which is another word for GTO, sort of. Ken Adler says, I keep getting asked what my biggest win was. Care to share? I don't know if that's true. I think you just asked that. But in any case, I'll give you a quick answer. I answered this in another stream, so I don't want to go too deep. But I had, not counting like cashing the World Series of Poker main event, which doesn't count in my mind, because it's like, you win like 40K if you just run somewhat deep. But I had a day at 510 at Bellagio, which I've only played 7 times or so, where I won 14K, approximately, around 14K in 4 hours. So that was pretty crazy. It was running really hot. I think that was my biggest single day, not counting like a weird tournament score or something that shouldn't count. Did I miss a big pot on the right? Oh yeah, I did. Sorry about that, guys. So flop 2 pair for Doug on the right. Ended up getting 3 streets of value. Yeah, just double checking it. Yeah, so just Doug flopping 2 pair with 7-6 on ace 7-6, and then he gets 3 streets. And there it is, the double dots from Negreanu on the right table. That means, well, you know what it means. If you've been here before, it means the session is over. Daniel is calling it, booking the win. Just over 6 figures by our count. We will get the exact number from Doug once he joins me in a moment. All right, so guys, this is kind of your last chance. What questions do you have for Doug? Why did someone just point out a misspelling in my Twitter bio? That's brutal. How long has that been there? Wow, I did spell it wrong. Brutal. I spelled fervent with an A. That is just embarrassing. Thanks for letting me know, though. That's good to fix. All right, guys, what questions we got for Doug? He's going to be here momentarily. I Can't Be Stopped says, was the Bellagio 510 capped at 1500? Yes, it was. Capped at 15. There was like a whale at the must move table I was on where he had, I want to say, when I got to the table, he had like 3K, but he quickly was dusting it. And then he was just like opening to, like, cash still played in Vegas back then. And he was just opening to 100, like every hand he played. So 510, it would be like folds to him. He'd just make it 100. And he's super wide range, like 9-6 suited kind of a thing, Good spot. Nicholas Moulinex, I did not see your question. If you want to type it again. It's tough sometimes with both chats, especially. Doug will be with us shortly, guys. Matthew, why didn't they decide to allow players to match stacks if they lose a buy-in? That's just a software thing. The poker site only allows 100 big blind buy-ins, so yeah, that's just software limitation. I don't know if they do that anyway, because it's kind of a random rule. Ken Hackett says, why is this more boring than chess on a Tuesday night in prison? That's funny, but it also makes me wonder why you're watching. Level of confidence. Any questions about DNEGs getting better or variance, guys? He's been asked that so many times. Like we're gonna move past that. Okay. Yes, DNEGs is improving. Yes. I don't even remember the other thing. Oh, yes, he's maybe running a little better and all. He's running a little better in all in EV, but it's hard to say how he's running overall. I mean, we can't keep talking about this. It's people want to ask it every single time. Like I said earlier, just rewatch all of the old streams at the end with Doug coming on. It's like basically a 7-hour podcast of just Doug answering questions and talking. So if you want to get caught up on everything, you'd be very knowledgeable about the challenge and Doug in general, and poker maybe even in general, if you went and watched all those. Just reviewing the questions now while we're waiting for Doug here, guys, so bear with me and the silence. Okay, yeah, Nicholas, I like that question. How do you decide what parts of your game to devote time and resources to? Sure. I like it. Useful question. Doug will be here momentarily, guys. Bear with us. He needs to sort of get himself together after these sessions. Usually takes him a couple minutes. Maybe go to his fancy bathroom that he has attached to his little studio, his fancy studio in which he records those YouTube videos you all love so much. What poker vlogs do I like to watch for pure amusement? The only ones I've really watched, I don't really like poker vlogs that much, but the ones that I would watch are Brad Owen and Andrew Neem. Andrew Neem has that sick artistic style, and he really represents a lot of times with his shots and his editing what it's like to be a poker pro, so that's cool. And then Brad Owen, I love that he just goes hand, like a minute into the video, you're already getting hands, and then a minute with a minute left in the video, that's the last hand. So it's like the whole thing is just red meat. So I like those as well when I'm going to watch a vlog. Though honestly, I can't do it. I can't do vlogs, generally speaking. What's Doug's favorite cut of beef? We're going to ask him about his favorite steakhouse, so why not? Why not ask him favorite cut of beef? Giovanni Taber, yes, the match is over for today. Going to resume on Friday, but Doug is hopping in momentarily to chat with us. Say what's up to you guys, answer some questions. Aloha, Dan. Does Doug think it's fair that Daniel has a team of experts analyzing his play? Yeah, he definitely thinks it's fair. It's fine. They agreed to it.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey Doug, it's just me today. You're gonna have to settle for that.
Just kidding.
How you doing?
How's it going?
I'm good. That kind of recovered. That was one of those tough ones for a bit where it just didn't seem like you won any pots over like 20K, but nice that you clawed back a little bit. What was the final tally approximately?
We ended down almost exactly 100, maybe
Cool.
99. We'll go ahead and call it 100.
And Jimmy's killing it. He had it at minus 105K. Good job, Jimmy.
Very nicely done. Oh my.
You are
Yeah,
ghost-like.
it does this thing where whenever I start up my webcam, Skype says, no, you actually want it to be a bright white color.
Right, why not?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's perfect for business meetings, streams,
Everything.
all around perfect.
Oh, and now we're too dark. We're just
all
doing
over
a
the
great
place
job
here.
over here. Yeah, so today was tough. I'm actually pretty excited to have only lost 2.5 buy-ins. Basically, we had a lot of situations where we really had to either run the bluff or make a call down we weren't super excited about. So we tried to just play our A game. I think this is the most card dead I've been in any session of the entire challenge. So it's a blessing and a curse because there were plenty of spots where maybe I could have gotten stacked but didn't have anything. So maybe it worked out for the best.
Right.
We did manage to get a boat over boat too, which helped keep us in it. But we just had a lot of difficult situations where either we tried to bluff and it didn't pan out, or we did bluff and got called down, or we were value betting and then the board just got extremely dicey for us. There were a bunch of different examples. I'm happy to talk about a few if you'd like me to.
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, I love when you just kind of pull up the replayer and sort of say what you're willing to say, talk about what you're willing to talk about. So
For sure. So
let's
we
go with
had a
that.
hand where I 3-bet 9-7 suited. Negreanu called. We were 100 big blinds deep. 3 deuce deuce. I bet the flop. He called. Obviously, this is a very good board for the re-raiser. Turn 3. This is a spot where the board is double paired, but it's not a scary double paired. It's not something, for example, like king, king, 10, 10, where there's a bunch of kings and a bunch of tens. It's a spot where neither player has 3 or deuce very much, so the 3-betters still can quite easily go for value with their overpairs. So we barrel a size on the turn to set up for a river jam. And then the river pairs the 3, so it's 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, which is now a very good situation for the player that re-raised because we're going to have a bunch of overpairs. It's our main line with our overpairs to go bet bet. And while in position can have some overpairs, obviously we have the stronger one, so we decided to go ahead and jam the river. And he calls playing the board, which is fine. He has a 5 in his hand, which I wouldn't be the most happy about to call with.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that. Like, how much does the ace blocker as well matter there?
Well, the ace blocker is one of the worst blockers to have, and the 5 is one of the worst blockers to have. So it wouldn't surprise me if this hand does a good chunk of folding, but he might just think that I bluff here too much, or he might think that you're supposed to call hands. I'm not entirely sure. It's also possible his hand mixes in some calls. He turbo snapped this one though, so I'm just
Yeah.
going out on a limb and assuming that he was just going to call me down here. And
Yeah.
maybe it's fine to call down here. You still do get to fold some hands even though you are playing the board. Maybe this one is fine to call with, and maybe there's some removal effects I'm not thinking about, but it seems a little counterintuitive for that hand to be a recall.
Kind of
But
a follow up on that one. So I assume the ace blocker is not so good because one of the overpairs that you're least likely to go bet bet jam with is aces. You would often mix in a check maybe on the flop, right? With that, so that makes the ace blocker less relevant.
yeah, I think when you look at traps, aces is a natural place to start.
Mhm.
So that hand is much less likely to go bet 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 than a hand, for example, like jacks. But and then the 5 only blocks bluffs. So I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that one. We had that hand didn't reach showdown, thankfully. We had a hand where we we had a hand where we opened king queen on 200 big blinds, so quite deep. He 3-bets small. He does a smaller 3-bet when we get deeper, which is good.
Mhm.
I call queen 3 deuce, 2 spades on the flop. He bets big, 2/3 pot. We call with king queen, so we're pretty happy at this point. Turns a 4. He bets a bigger size again, about 2/3 pot. We call. And there was a 5, which really sums up the way that this session goes. He checks it over to me. Thankfully, we have the kind of hand we can just show down and hope to win, but we do not. He has ace 5, so he turned a straight and rivered the 1 card straight. I think he played his hand completely fine. So, but it's just an unfortunate situation for us there. Let's see. We had that hand didn't really. Oh, we had another hand where Negreanu, we opened Jack 9 suited, 160 blinds deep, so a bit deeper. Negreanu 3-bets, we call. King 10-8, flush draw. He checks, we bet half pot with Jack 9 on King 10-8. He calls, turn 6. He checks, we barrel the turn for 2/3 pot. He calls, and the river's a 9, completing the flush, and he checks. and I was unsure how much I'm supposed to bluff here. I could see it being never, and I could see it being sometimes.
The classic toss up between never and sometimes in poker.
Never and sometimes. So we decided to check it back, and he had 7 of diamonds and river to straight. So it was very good that we did not try to fire one more there. But that was kind of an unfortunate run out in that hand. We had a hand where we opened flop top 2 and just bet 3 times, and he had top pair and called down, pretty standard for both of us. And then that's about it for the big pots. Ooh, we had one other really fun pot where I opened ace 8. He 3-bet. I called. We're about 120 blinds deep. 10, 8, 6 rainbow.
Yeah, this was a cool one.
Yeah, he decides to check. I bet 1/3 pot. He calls. Turn 7, so it completes the straight. 10, 8, 6, 7. Backdoor flush draw in play. Check, check. River 10. So 10, 8, 6, 7, 10. He checks, and I just say, fuck it, and just go for 2/3 pot for value, which I think might even be bad, but it might not. Hard to know, but it just sometimes you feel it in your balls, Brady, and I felt in my balls that we had to go for some value here. And he check calls with a 6, 6-5 suited, which is light.
Hashtag ball reads 6-5 suited, so that's bottom pair.
Yeah,
And that is light.
I think you could call it occasionally though, and it's not bad. He went deep in the tank on this one.
He had some deep tanks today.
Yeah.
There was another one that was very, very deep. I'm trying to recall what the spot was. It might have been a hand you just went over. I might be conflating it too, but in any case, yeah, he had some really deep tanks today.
Some very deep tanks. So that's on one table. The other table, go through these hands quickly. The other table had way more big pots. We had one where I opened 9-7 suited. This was the biggest pot of the day. I opened 9-7 suited. We are 150 blinds deep. He 3-bets, I call. 10, 10, 6 rainbow. He bets basically 1/4 pot. I call. Turn 3. So I have a gut shot. He checks. I bet 2/3 pot. He calls. River's a jack. He checks. And I jam for 150-ish percent pot, roughly. I think it's 150. Yeah, 150% pot. Which I'm gonna run this hand, but I almost just guarantee you this was good from me. And he had 10-9, which I think is fine. I think you can bet or check call turn, but I think his line was fine. Sometimes just standard hands, you know. Sometimes it's not. No
For
one
sure.
did anything that crazy. We had an all-in pre queens versus ace king. He flopped an ace. We were on the ropes, and we backdoored a chopping flush.
Yeah, that was a welcome diamond on that river. Sometimes you do love a chop pot, as they say on those poker streams that some people watch.
All
I
I was
usually
hoping
don't love
for.
the chop pots, but that one, beautiful.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We had a hand right out of the gate in the sesh where we opened king jack. He 3-bet. I called. Jack 7-6 rainbow. He bet fairly large. I called. Turn 3. He bet 2/3 pot. I called. River 3. He jammed 2/3 pot. I called, and he also had king jack, so we both chopped it up. I think standard from both players there. And we had another hand. This was a fun one. I opened king queen. He calls king queen 6. He checks. We bet very small. He check raises. We call. Turn jack. He bets 1/3 pot. We get a little spicy here with the turn raise, which you're definitely not supposed to do very often. I'm not sure if you're never supposed to do it, but I think you're supposed to do it every now and then. Time will tell. We'll find out later tonight, Brady. But we
Indeed.
do pump it up. He calls. River is the king, so we have the nizzles. Top boat. He checks. We ship it in for about 130% pot. He calls and has pocket sixes, so we really needed to get there on the river, and we did.
Yeah,
Perfect.
beautiful stuff there.
Perfect.
Would have been pretty brutal. No king river. Do you think he still gets stacked on, say, like a deuce river? So the board for those following along at home would be king queen 6 jack 2.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you still owe BJM.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely needed it. That was a big swing right there.
Yeah.
Any other hands that come to mind, or should I fire right into the pseudo off-topic, sometimes on-topic, rapid round of questions? You had that four of spades hand with pocket fours. That was a good one. You bet the flop in
Yeah.
a 3-bet pot on king 9, 2 spades. You bet small, and then got the running spades. It was like it ran out like 4 to a high straight flush, like king 9 10 jack or something along those lines. 4 spades. You snapped the river.
Yeah, I think that was a standard hand from both players there. I think check calling.
Standard from so you think check call from him on the flop is reasonable? I
Well,
think
you can definitely
7 5 of hearts.
Yeah, you can definitely bet the flop, but if you do check, it was a very, very small flop bet. So
You
you have
bet
to
2K, or was it smaller than that?
I bet 20%, so I bet 1.5K into 7.4. So he's gonna need to call there some. So I think
Cool.
I didn't see many hands that I really thought that Negreanu played badly today. I think overall he played well. So definitely a good one for him. It was the kind of session though where you're just getting wrecked. All the spots you're facing a big bet and you're like, maybe this is a call, and you call, boom, has it again, right back into the cellar. He ran a really creative bluff today where he opened and I called jack deuce. The flop was 9-7 deuce. Check, check. Turn jack, quite a good turn. I bet 2/3 pot. He raises. And he raises pretty big. I call. River queen. I check. And he bets 2/3 pot. Which seems a little small for how big you raise turn, which is a little bit weird, but I think it makes some sense. The board did change. King 10 got there, some higher two pairs and stuff. Anyway, I check call. He had 8-5, so he had the double gutter, 6 or a 10 makes a straight. So I think his hand is a reasonable bluff candidate there too. I didn't really see many hands today that I thought he misplayed. I thought he played well.
Well, good for Negreanu. All right, I guess it's time to hop right into.
Yeah, let's see what the peanut gallery has to say today.
I love referring to them as the peanut gallery. So good. All right, we'll start with the slightly more relevant ones, and then move on to the.
Oh, I can only imagine how slightly relevant they are.
Yeah. Okay. How do you decide which part of your game to devote time and resources to? Now, I know that's an extremely big question, so it's going to be kind of difficult to answer. But if you could just give like a general sort of thoughts on how to decide what to study, essentially, right? That's really what he's asking.
Well, that's a complicated question. I think it depends on your game type. So, for example, something like heads up no limit, you can get really granular because you can open up a solver and you can run different ranges and you can play with different sizes. And I know I'm only ever going to be playing against one guy, and I know the sizes that I use, and so I can run solutions to see what is correct given the sizes that I use, right? Whereas when you play a game with multiple people, there's so many more things to work on. So whenever you're looking at something, whenever you're looking at a heads up variant, the goal and the way that you approach it's going to be very different than a ring variant. When you play a ring game, it's going to be more important that you learn good overall concepts. You understand multi-way, you understand, how the range interact with different players. But for me, it's just so specific. And I know these ranges so well pre-flop that I have all of these sims saved with different preferences, and I just fire it up after, type in different boards and pots, and off I go. Personally, when I'm playing, I get different spots where I might say to myself, oh, in this situation, I have a better idea of what I'm doing. Oh, in this one, I don't. Or in this one, I have a size I'm using. Do I like that size? Let's check it out. And then maybe I do some testing on what sizes I like or what strategy I like. So for me, it's more just what spots come up. Did I have some spots where I felt uncomfortable with the way I'm playing it? Did I have a spot where I ran it and I made a big mistake? One thing that you can do is you can run a hand and see, oh, did I make a large mistake here? If I made a large mistake here, then I probably need to devote some time and resources to learning that. Or did a situation come up where I didn't know what my strategy was? Well, that's something you really should devote some time to so that you can have a more well-rounded strategy. So I think in something like Heads Up No Limit, it's good to you can be more granular and you can have a more technical approach. But in something like a Six Max or MTT or something like that, you're going to need more help from outside resources, from training sites like upswingpoker.com,
That could work.
where other players have figured out some creative ways to find good estimations on these solutions. It's much more difficult to have the resources as a new player or as a smaller stakes player to be able to move up and learn on your own than it would be in something like Heads Up No Limit. So I guess that would be my overall take on how to try and figure out what you need to improve on.
For sure. Makes sense.
Oh, and actually, here's one more thing. Anytime you reach a spot and you think, I would never bluff here, you probably need to work on that spot.
For sure. That's classic Doug advice. You've been saying that for years, but it's good stuff for sure. I mean, kind of goes the same for like raises or just, making sure you have something in every line, right? Like making sure you have folds in every spot, et cetera, et cetera. All right, anyway. What's the biggest strategy update, if you will, that you have learned from Solver Study since you were a top heads up player? Maybe a better way to phrase this question is if you could like send yourself a message back in time explaining like one concept, what to like 2014 Doug, 2013 Doug, what might you tell him that would help his EV in the games he's playing?
So there's something that I just want to say about the style that I'm playing today, because I think there's a bit of a misconception about the way that I'm approaching poker and the way that I'm playing this challenge. There are all these people that say, well, Doug was already good at Heads Up No Limit, so he's already gonna have all these strategies that he can use and all this stuff. I just want everyone to realize I took everything that I knew before and I threw it away. I completely left that style entirely. I mean, not nothing like I played before, because I think I did play well overall before, but any stylistic stuff, I stopped, because I'm not going to use my style when a computer says to do something. I have no ego on the way that I play. I'm just trying to play the best poker I can. If I run a sim and it says what you did here sucked, I'm not going to just smash my head into the wall and say, no, you suck. There's no. So everything I learned before, all the things that I did, I don't do anymore because they were worse than what I'm doing now. So I started essentially from scratch. What I did manage to carry over was the way of thinking about range construction and just some general poker concepts that are going to be good. And I think I'm kind of sharp with that stuff, so that helped me. But I'd also taken 2 years off from playing, so I was sort of a brand new player coming into this. So what's it's a bit off topic, but it's something that I wanted to say nonetheless. I think that the biggest takeaway I've had from the whole solver era has been getting creative on bet size is a really important part of the game, because there's just so many spots where different bet sizes are better than other sizes. And I think back to the way poker was played back in the day, and it's pretty funny, because if you 3-bet and they call it, you had your C bet size, and everyone had a different C bet size, right? A lot of people would do half pot. That was a very common C bet size. I had my own thing where I would do a bit less than half pot. I forget if it was 45 or 40.
That's very clever stuff.
Very clever stuff. So I guess what I would tell old Doug is get more creative on trying to find sizes that make sense. And some of the turn river stuff, I was already onto that. I was already using some bigger sizes in spots that I thought made sense. Turns out some of them were right, some of them were wrong. But for example, boards like 7 or Jack 7 deuce 4 6, where I was in position, I was jamming those spots way back in the day, and the solver obviously does that, loves that.
Yeah.
So I was doing that way back in the day and bluffing there. Basically, back in the day, people wouldn't bluff there. They would just once in a while value jam there to try and stack you, and then go back to not doing it. But I was just doing that in a balanced fashion with bluffs and value bets and trying to work out the combos and make it proportional and stuff. So I think that there's other bet sizes that can have value and that people should strive to try and understand and learn. And you can always learn more.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good stuff. All right, these ones a little bit probably don't need as a bunch of briefer answers for these ones. If you could pick how long all of these sessions were, how long would they be?
I think I would play my ideal if it was just up to me, I would
Right.
play a little bit earlier and I would go something around 1 to 7 p.m. That would be my ideal session.
So around
Maybe even
6 hours starting a little earlier.
maybe even noon to 6 if I could pick my ideal schedule and then play 3 or 4 times a week and we would have this done in I might even play
Yeah.
5 times a week, frankly. We'd have this done in a month and a half. I don't stay up that late. I usually get up very early. I got up at 5 today for whatever reason. I don't know why. I just woke up at 5 and I said, I guess we're doing this today. This is how it's going to be. So I got up and I sat my tables and actually one of the first days no one sat me, which is weird. Usually someone gets in the mix, you know. And actually, if I check Skype, then I would have had a match. So it's really on me. Anyway, I would say that'd be my ideal schedule.
Cool. All right, a few more. What is the biggest EV mistake you've found that you've played in this challenge? So just the biggest blunder, if you will, that you've discovered. If you want to share it, maybe the biggest one you're willing to share is a better way to phrase the question.
I'm fine. I can't remember individual hands. I know I've made a couple of 3 to 4 big blind blunders, but usually it's hard to make a massive blunder.
Right.
It's hard because then usually that means you really didn't either value bet something you needed to value bet or you bet a hand that does not make sense to bet. I think one of my biggest blunders was I bet ace jack on an ace high board where the flush complete on the turn and I bet turn bet river. I think that was actually one of my biggest blunders in the challenge because it's just not a bet and I think I lost 3 or 4 big blinds betting there. But I don't make too many blunders that are just punts. The other thing is the way that PO calculates a blunder is going to be different than the way we calculate it. For example, there are probably spots that Negreanu thinks I'm full of shit. Over bluffing those spots, PO will say that's not a big blunder. It's a small blunder in terms of EV of that hand. But the EV of my total strategy might be much worse now because I'm over bluffing his bluff catchers over realizing. So, for example, if I reached a river and I just jammed everything and had 90% bluffs, and my opponent tried to hard counter me and was just pure calling his bluff catchers, all of a sudden when PO says this is a minus half a big blind mistake, it's not a half a big blind mistake if you're just way over bluffing and he's just calling you all the time. So
Right.
there's that element to it. A real tough thing for me this challenge has been trying to not over bluff and trying to not over call because I think naturally I lean towards both of those things. So I've tried to rein in a little bit. This has been a reined in and conservative Doug, this challenge for the people that have been watching. I've really tried to play good, disciplined, solid poker. So all those hands where you think I'm just straight punting, like just an idiot, those are my best plays. Those are my disciplined, fundamentally solid plays. So that's how we're approaching it.
Good stuff. All right. One more kind of challengey question and then questions about beef. What is the minimum amount you would have to win over this 25K hands for this challenge to have been worth it for you?
Minimum to have been worth it.
Mhm.
I would say probably about 500 to a million. I've been winning on the side too with some of the stuff I've been learning, so
that makes it a little trickier too.
it makes it a little bit trickier.
Yeah.
So
maybe just your number for all the poker you're playing right now, then perhaps it seems to be the better answer.
If I win less than $1 million from a 6-month foray back into the streets of a game that I don't particularly enjoy playing, I'm going to call that a loss. I
Ooh.
only got into this because I was just printing sick value, and that's what I'm here to do. Anything less than that is just a fail, I think. But
So
on the other
you heard
side,
it here, guys.
I've
A milli or bust.
I've already won over 1 million, so it's not.
Right. Yeah. So you'd
So
have to dump back, basically. Yeah.
so basically, from here, I would have to lose to people that I solidly believe I'm winning against, which doesn't seem very likely. But it's possible.
Of course, always is. All right. Last two questions about one of your favorite topics, which is steak. What is your favorite cut of beef?
I'm more of a ribeye guy, like the juicier, more fatty,
Yeah, love
savor.
that.
I'm not the filet mignon guy. I'm not the very lean steak. It feels
Same page, man.
it feels I don't
A
know.
nice
It's just not that
Wagyu
tasty.
ribeye. Nothing beats a Wagyu ribeye. Something like
So
that.
how are you saying that?
Isn't it Wagyu? Wagyu? How do you say it?
I always just said wagyu. Wagyu?
Well, Wagyu. That's
Wagyu?
probably clear. I should say that. I should say that.
Wagyu.
Wagyu. Jimmy and Ari are saying it's Wagyu,
Wagyu.
the expert.
Wagyu. Wagyu.
Wagyu. So neither of us were right. We try. All right. So yeah, that's a good answer.
Do I say
Ribeye.
wagyu?
It's hard to
I'm in
know
my own.
now.
I'm in my own head now. What do I say normally? Wagyu?
You'll have
Yeah.
to like wait until your unbiased mind says it again, and then you'll have to update us.
Exactly.
We're all on the edge of our seat to find out. All right. So last question: favorite / best steakhouse in Vegas. I think you maybe have been asked this already in one of these, but can't hurt to give them a little
I've
more
been asked this
promotion.
a lot. I just want everyone to know I have not gone out to restaurants in Vegas in a long time, and it's not because of COVID. I just don't like going out to restaurants. I find the process annoying. You wait a long time, you spend more money than you would get at home, and then usually the chef fucks up your order instead of having it at home where Caitlin is an amazing chef and whips up all the best stuff all the time. So for me, when someone says, "Hey, do you want to go to dinner?" I think, "Oh, great, 3 hours of waiting around, spending more money than I want to, and possibly getting something that would be worse than at home. Oh, this is amazing. I can't wait to do it again." So I've not been out to any new restaurants. I don't know what's open at any new casinos. I can recommend you what was good in 2014, which was Cut, and I still enjoy that. I've gone there once in the last 5 years. Occasionally, I get dragged out to a restaurant. I mean, I like hanging out with my friends. I like hanging out with my friends, but I'm not a big dinner guy anymore. So there
Yeah,
you go. There's
for
my
sure.
recommendation. I'm still
I-
sure it's still good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm in the same boat. I mean, I eat out sometimes, takeout especially, but when you have like a world class chef at home like I do, and apparently you do, I didn't know Caitlin was a great cook. That's good to hear. So
For my birthday, she whipped up a tasting menu of different wagyu
oh, she
steaks.
made that? I
She
saw
made
your
that.
photos of that.
Yeah,
Wow. I
she
thought,
made
dude,
all of that.
Caitlin, if you're listening, or you could tell her, like, I thought that was like a restaurant that you paid to, like a service that you paid to come into your house. It looks so professional and good. That's amazing.
No, she printed up a little menu and it had all the things you're gonna eat, and it was a karabuto pork appetizer with balsamic glaze, and it was the perfect pork belly. It's really important that it's crispy on the outside to get that crisp going, and then the sweetness, just really, it was probably I think it was the best pork belly I've had in my life.
Hell yeah.
And I really enjoy pork belly, but it was just phenomenal. And then for the main, we had a wagyu steak tasting. We had some A5 Japanese. We had some snake farms. We had a few different cuts, and then to pair with it, we had a lobster mac and cheese, which was also just phenomenal. It was amazing. It was extremely good.
That's quite a caloric meal.
It's your birthday, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And it's like towards the beginning of the year too, so it's like kind of a New Year's celebration too. Screw it.
Well, it was December 16th, but sure, why not? We'll just throw it in
Oh,
New Year's.
more like Christmas. Yeah, Christmas, New
Yeah,
Year's. I mean, people say Happy New Year in like
that
February. So
reminds me of the Curb Your Enthusiasm, where it's a few days into the year, and someone says Happy New Year, and Larry's like, Happy New Year. You can't use that. This or whatever he said, complaining about it, you know?
yeah, that's really funny. That's really funny.
Yeah.
They talk about that in Seinfeld, so I'm glad to hear
Oh.
they pulled the thread in that Curb app.
Oh, cool.
All right, well, cool, man. That is all we got for today. So the next session for those of you watching is Friday, 2 days from now, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, 22:30 GMT. It's going to be Gazzy B and TBD co-host. I will not be with you guys. I will miss you dearly. And yeah, that's all for today. Thank you for tuning in. Take care.